Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to the solo character challenge run with the ninja. The question was, I think, last time whether I want to go and grab some more scrolls, and I think I decided that we can still buy more in the next area if we need to or want to. Already unequipped ferries, and so we go. So, do we take on the extra challenge for a level 1 Gallop to try and defeat Gilgamesh? As a ninja, that is. Or do we do the coward's way and turn him into a samurai to one-shot Gilgamesh instead with Guild Toss? Because I would like to keep the death count at 0. But at the same time, ninja is definitely one of the classes that has a reasonably easy way to deal with Gilgamesh in the basement. We only need to deal 1500 damage in order to be able to advance. Oh, thank you for the heads up. I forgot to start the timer. Ninja moves so quickly that the timer is stopped. Maybe. Casper Stone, thank you. Welcome to you, and well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you for subscribing. Do I stop the timer in Mirage Village? Only during the time it's actually stopped as well, during the thing, whatever it is. In the void. Not really, no. That would be a little bit weird. I'll need to have some ideas on how to properly make a layout for the Berserker, because Berserker very frequently we will want to do something else on the side, whatever that something else might be. And I already considered just having like a 2-screen layout. One is the Berserker just running back and forth, and the other one like the emulator where we try and test and come up with scenarios on how to, well, manipulate RNG and such, if that is even doable in any capacity. Welcome to you, Kejin and Grumblebear. Hope you're doing well. I give it a good luck, and it will definitely be quite fine. Quite fun. Because the ninja is definitely a real powerhouse, and it's kind of nice to have an easy character just before the Berserker, I would say. So that's gonna be a thing. The biggest challenge I feel like is going to be at this point to defeat X-Death at the end of World 2 and then X-Death at the very end. And even both of those, the ninja should have a reasonably high success rate. You will still want to have a bit over 3000 HP by the time we arrive there, so we need a few more levels. But as a ninja, you have ample time to level reasonably quickly and efficiently. You're doing alright? That's nice. One thing I've been considering is grinding for money in the third world so we can get more Huma Shurikens. Which might be a reasonable thing to do. Because the Huma Shurikens are certainly very, very strong to just throw, and however they each cost 25,000 gold. Release the hero! Yes, sir. Alrighty, we're gonna turn Gallop into a ninja here. So this is kind of one of these places where it's a little bit of a extra optional challenge. This is not supposed to be a particularly difficult boss fight. And the easiest thing we could do is turn Gallop into a samurai and one-shot Gilgamesh, because Samurai's Guild Toss does so much damage that it will one-shot Gilgamesh before he can even move. However, the optional challenge is to defeat Gilgamesh in the basement with the solo character. So naturally, usually if we leveled up Galuf alongside our main solo character, it would not be difficult in any capacity. The difficulty really comes into place when... Health cape here, that's good. The difficulty really comes into place with, well, we try to defeat him with a level 1 Galuf. Some characters have an easy solution as, well, such as the ninja, for example. Other characters, well, they don't really have an easy solution. They would need to get insanely lucky to dodge like 10 attacks in order to get enough damage in as a level 1 character, and it's just not reasonable. But for the ninja, we can just throw stuff that has really high base attack power, and it should be easy enough. Welcome to you, Chased Up Cools. Hope you're doing well. We're glad to hear you're doing well. Alrighty. By the way, is the chat too short? Oh, the chat is too short. Give me a second. I can... Well, let's try to deal with Gilgamesh first. Alright, so we can throw things. And shurikens have really high attack power. I don't think it will one-shot him. Ooh. No, this is not nearly enough damage. So we have a 50% chance to dodge his physical attacks. Each of his physical attacks will one-shot us. That is not nearly enough damage. He's not weak against any element in particular. 480, so that's 680. Alright. 504. We need one more scroll. Alright, I think we got it. I figured the shurikens would deal way more damage than that, but I guess he might have a good amount of physical defense. But yeah, we just got really lucky, because I could have technically potentially 3-shot him with lightning scrolls, but because I used shurikens first, that didn't quite happen. But hey, first try. We needed to have a... It was basically like a 1 in 8... Oh wait. We blocked 3 attacks, but that was, yeah, actually a 1 in 8 chance for that to happen. Not too bad. Because Guardian Dagger is a 1 in 4 chance to block, and the Elf Cape is a 1 in 3. They are multiplicative, that totals to a, well, 50-50 chance to block stuff. So, turning Galuf back into a normal character, empty everything except for giving him a Wrestle Dagger to one-shot himself. Equip Ferris again with everything we have, including the Elf Cape, and that's gonna be that. So, let me try to make this a little bit larger here, the chat on the side. Open configuration. Oh, that's the wrong thing here. Good, 2 it is, there we go. Alright. So I have a different configuration for different layout scenes, and I didn't realize that I used the other scene at some point. Right, Ferris is stupidly high level, so of course she is going to absolutely demolish everything. These enemies here in the basement are really weak, because keep in mind, Galuf as a solo character has to be able to defeat them even if he is relatively weak. So... yeah, which is definitely doable, even at level 1, whatever you are. Just not particularly pleasant necessarily. Rump. Leave a frog! So it seems like a ninja will be a much easier solo character challenge than some other classes you've done. Yes, absolutely. Ninja is a real powerhouse because throwing allows you to just deal full damage from the back row. You can deal magical type damage that also takes advantage of various elemental types. Even if your base magic power is not that high, they have a really good base attack power. And also throwing various weapons and items scales with agility as well as strength. So that means, unlike most other things which only scale via strength, the ninja has a pretty big advantage of having a decently high agility at, I believe, 38 base. So that makes it really, really fast overall. And, well, the damage multiplier as a result is going to be pretty high thanks to that. So this first fight is completely unavoidable. It's basically just unit reduction. Each one of these guys has a 1 in 16 chance to drop you a high potion. Also, they are susceptible to lightning, which is kind of convenient to defeat them rather quickly. Oh, I messed up. I need to go one step higher up. And there's more encounters here. So these Neogaluras are actually absorbing lightning. So we have to defeat them in another way. I don't know whether they are susceptible to anything in particular. So let's use fire. I mean, it works, but I could also just physically attack instead. So there's more encounters that we are dodging by just taking the right side and then just going over here. And here we have Gilgamesh on the bridge. So this is an actual boss fight rather than just the gimmick that it was before. This guy has 6,500 HP. If he drops below, I think 3,000, I don't remember exactly, he will activate his second phase. And in his second phase, he, well, let's see how much damage this does real quick. In his second phase, he will cast Haste, Shell, Armor on himself. So he's going to be going stupidly fast. Oh. He would be going stupidly fast. That's almost 3,000 damage. Wow. Just do this again. So he will have a little bit of HP left here. And we need to still hit him once more. So Armored Shell basically means he only takes half damage from almost every source. There is some exceptions, like Heal Toss for example. And Haste means he is going really, really fast. Which means he goes about 2 to 3 times for every one of my turns, and the jump does so much damage and cannot be blocked by image that I decide to just use another shuriken here, making it a, well, straightforward defeat for him. You know, after Gallop only dealt 200 damage, I figured, oh, well, I know Virus is really high level, but she's not gonna deal that much damage, right? Well, I was wrong. Hey Yusef, welcome. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. How are you doing? Once again, just dodging encounters by using a specific pattern. Sometimes you also don't get the encounters even if you walk onto the encountered tiles. I'm not sure why, whether it's just a chance or what exactly happens. Welcome to Yusef. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. Hope you're doing well too. Caw. Oh. Now I want to go upstairs and make myself a hot chocolate. I was actually literally thinking before I started the stream, should I? Nah, I should start the stream. Oh well, here we are. Hey Zeph, welcome. How are you doing? Ooh, stomach bug, no fun. Hopefully that goes away soon. And you're fine, that's nice. And yeah, just a... oh. That was way more damage than I expected it to be. I would have physically attacked once if I knew how much damage the shuriken was. But in fact, I actually used the shuriken first because I did not know how much damage it was. So I wanted to see how much damage it's going to be. So we still need to run away a bunch in order to power up our eventual chicken knife. So that's one part. But also, well, while these enemies are not too terrible for experience, they're also not as good as they could be for, well, later enemies. Also, these are pretty annoying because they use Spirit. What this means is they have a 50% chance to revive one of your characters as a zombie or as a regular character. So this is going to be a bit of a pain when we are going to do the solo character night challenge without, well, with a brick blade. Because we will have to kill off our allies again and again and again. And you cannot even do that if they're a zombie. They steal your experience and level up even as a zombie. Which, by the way, in one of the opening races for the 4-Shop Fiesta, that was one of our strategies. We deliberately had a character zombie, the Berserker to be particular, so we could use the Beastmaster to defeat the Shield Dragons. Worked actually pretty well. So here's the first time we can buy Revivifies in order to remove the zombie status. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do here. So, put this over here. Yep. Also, here's the first time we can buy high potions. Not a whole lot, but they're nice and useful. I actually don't have much money at all, so I will not be able to really afford any weapons or anything like that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and ignore those for now. If I see an easy encounter to just one-shot with a lightning scroll or a fire scroll, I will do so, but aside from that, I'm just gonna run away, especially since I still need to make sure my allies don't accidentally help me. Just as a heads up, the item name cannot have a space in it, so you would need to write golden carrot in one word. So there has to be a space in... yeah, exactly. You got it. Basically, you need to provide an item name, as well as a description, what happens if the user puts the item into the food box, and a description what happens when the rabbit finds the item in the food box. Moogle! Oh, bye. So, you know what's the most terrifying thing? Down there are enemies that are called Moogle Eaters. So I feel like we kind of want to help and save that Moogle before that happens. Also, the nice thing is down here are enemies that are actually weak to lightning, and there is set encounters in the water, like these Moogle Eaters. I'm gonna just image here real quick, because I don't know how much the lightning scroll will deal damage. Oh, thank you, how convenient. So I don't know whether I will one-shot them, because these things have a bit of HP. So let's see. Thunder Scroll, not Lightning Scroll, doesn't matter. One shot, we get 1330 experience for an easy kill. Sounds good to me. These encounters down here are also a little bit tricky sometimes to run away from. Never terribly dangerous. But because we have just lightning scrolls to deal with them, makes it easy. And we still need experience, as mentioned, for the very late game, where I will want to have a bit over 3000 HP. I would guess that this blood slime here is not gonna die from... oh, it does. From a single lightning scrolls, I was about to say. Uh-oh. No, frogs are friends. No. But why? Hey, Dot Loser, thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. And welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. Thunder Scrolls? More like Thor Scrolls. I feel like... for them to be labeled Thunder Scrolls, they don't make enough noise. They should have more of a bang boom. But I actually kind of like that little weird jingle sound effect instead. Actually a lot more. Hi. So this guy here, he will counterattack with revenge attacks, meaning that he has a chance to instantly kill us if we deal a certain amount of damage to the Tyrannosaurus. So instead we're just taking advantage of him not being heavy and undead, and just one-shot him with a Phoenix Down about, I don't know, 7 out of 8 times. It's pretty It's not too uncommon to miss a Phoenix down on an undead enemy that is susceptible to it, but it's also very common to usually defeat them with one. Your high school mascot was Thunder. Not the Wildcats, the Hillmen, or some other tangible symbol, but a loud booming sound. Oh god, that would be a nightmare for me. But that's also kinda weird and interesting. So the Moogle told us that we do not want to step onto the sand because that is very, very dangerous, and you cannot run away from the encounters on the sand. You would have to defeat them if you get into encounters there. And, well, while we can probably deal with them because we're an ninja, they are just for the most part not really worth it. Like, we can try to cut across the desert here. Sometimes you don't get into an encounter, and it's actually pretty easy to do. Sometimes you do. I mean, I did not know whether I got into an encounter right there or not. I decided to just risk it, because a ninja could handle it, no problem. The main danger of the desert enemies is enemies that counterattack with certain spell type abilities, and the big sandcrawler enemy that has 15,000 HP and casts Maelstrom, which has a chance to put your entire party into critical HP. Oh, this Moogle here wants us to take his treasures for saving him, so thank you. Mr. Moogle Phoenix down, 10,000 gold, 1 gold, dancing dagger and a cabin. So of course, the dancing dagger is kind of one of the big highlights of this. And... oh, this should be fine. The dancing dagger is a very special weapon. It has actually really good attack power, so that is nice overall. And... it has a 15% chance to initiate a dance move rather than attacking normally. A dance move is, well, from the job class the Dancer, and it can do one of 4 things. It can either be a sword dance, which deals 4 times damage with your physical attack, so it's really powerful if that happens. It has Tempting Tango, which guaranteed confuses an enemy if they are susceptible to confusion. It can use Jitterbug Do It, which is effectively the drain spell from the Black Mage, or Mystery Waltz, which is effectively the, well, MP absorb spell from the Black Mage. So overall, pretty solid, but it will only even out in the long run. And some characters have to kind of rely on the dancing dagger, sword dances and procs in order to deal with enemies and bosses. The ninja is strong enough without it, but it could be fun to just get a sword dance and attack with 2 weapons at the same time for massive amounts of damage. Rump. And Mike ABC, thank you. Go ninja, go! Thank you so much for 41 months of support, that's a long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I still regret not naming the oracle that we played through Bottle. Should have been named Bottle. Never understood the plot of Final Fantasy. This one here is pretty straightforward. You basically follow a group of people that discover that the crystals that they've been using to power various things, and that have also had influence on various elements, are going to be no more after they shatter and explode. Because they did not know that those crystals were actually seals for, well, sealing off a rather mean and evil entity. So that evil entity managed to escape because the crystals shattered, and now we try to put him back into his place. That's it. Beat bad guys, save the world. Sure, we can go with that. Yeah, this story here is a lot more straightforward than other Final Fantasies. So that's kind of nice. And hey Quadlight, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. That's interesting. Hang on. As usual, I'm not prepared for that. Give me a second. Oh, James P did. Thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. And the donation comment reads, many mysteries of Final Fantasy 5. Samurais can throw money, but ninjas can't. That's true. Thank you so much, James. So here the hero is wounded and refuses to eat anything or something like that. Either way, we kind of need to find the Kiryu grass or whatever it is called in order to try and heal our little dragon worm friend. And in order to do that, we need to go to the north to the Kiryu mountain. While doing so, we are going to cross through a village of wolves named Kelp. And that's that. Also, it's always possible to die against this next boss. Well, that's the theory. But our ninja should probably be strong enough to not really have any troubles with it. That counts as going well? Not really. I hope so. Things are going north for you sometime. That would be nice. Oh. Accidentally wrong thing. And hey Vanicat, and welcome to you, Regadactylus. I hope you're both doing well. Thank you for the good luck. Can use a bit. Alrighty, so here we have an encounter with an abductor. The abductor has a bunch of HP, and he does have vampire, which means that he can deal half of the damage that he is currently missing directly to me. Also, this was one of the dance moves that just activated. Unfortunately, when we dance, we actually do not get the opportunity to physically attack. But this one here, as a result, we get 2 physical attacks that are ×4 powered up. So if the ninja ever lands on a sword dance, it will absolutely demolish all enemies. Which is effectively a 1 in 8 chance, all things considered. So that was just over 7,000 damage with our little ninja here. Pretty good, I would say. That's a lot of damage, it is indeed. Yeah, I didn't even realize that the sub-only message thing was a thing, because I didn't read all the points. Because it's like, we're not really going to have any sub-only chat, so there's no point in having that. On highlighted messages, I actually don't like how they look overall. Because if you want to highlight the message for me, just write my name in chat and it gets highlighted for me. That is the easiest thing to do. And with the better Twitch TV highlighting system, it actually makes it way nicer overall. That was the... Yes, like that, Regodactylus. Because it highlights an entire section of the chat, which just makes one block rather than having that awkward background of the thing. We hope that they will add CP rewards to the API IRC sometimes so the bot can use them properly. I've already thought about this kind of thing, and I figured the messages are probably encoded in a certain way that would make it reasonable to try and figure out whether somebody like invested a certain amount of points. Because what I would like to do is like have, as somebody mentioned the other time, like a big point dump where we can say 40,000 points for making Grimer. Just look at the screen from some direction for like 2 seconds and then go back. Wouldn't be anything massive. I don't want it to be too distracting, but it would be kind of a fun little thing. Honestly, if they had the highlighted messages in a way where it just made a block in chat rather than just have that weird message background, I would have probably left it in, maybe even added various colors, but I would also probably have made it a fair bit more expensive. Because if you want to highlight something, then it should hopefully be worth your time. There's a bit of a cooldown until you can put something else into the food box. Cool stuff. Can you in theory use them with a bit of work, but we don't know how consistent that is. Right, I haven't looked into how the chat messages actually look, so I would need to do that. I've tested around with a script to make stuff like appear on screen, such as being able to make it snow. Actually, I forgot about that. I wanted to implement this here too. Copy. Paste the reference. So if you... it's active already. Oh wait, I already put the active thing there. Never mind. I already put it here. So if you make it let it snow, or make it snow actually, it is currently still, it should make it snow for 20 seconds. Because happy holidays, whatever that means to you. No. I think make it snow should be the thing that should make it work. Ah, there it is. Yep, it does work. So I figured maybe I could have an easy way of doing the same thing via Grimer, because I'm just activating individual layout elements via having an overlay. In this case, it's just a website that I'll load in, a local website with just a CSS action script to have the snowfall across the screen. Alrighty, however, after these cutscenes we have arrived in Kelp. In Kelp, what we can do is we can buy some more equipment. And that equipment here is actually really good for a ninja overall. Like, we can have a bandana, which is +3 strength, And since mainly our physical damage output is reliant on the strength, that is really good. And an armor that is also plus 3 strength. By the way, the powering is also plus 3 strength, but generally speaking, the elf cape is just so much better that I don't really want to replace that. So we have a total of plus 6 strength with up to potentially plus 9 total. So that's a huge strength boost. And will make us deal a fair bit more damage, which is not even all that necessary. Also, I do believe here is where we can buy more of these Flame, Water and Thunder Scrolls. For 57. Buy a few more of the Thunder Scrolls because they are useful. And we could also buy some more Shurikens. There's also a Kodachi dagger or a Orihulken dagger. Actually, I probably should have bought a Kodachi here. Those are, I believe, ninja exclusive weapons, if I'm not mistaken. I guess it depends on whether I want to use the Guardian dagger, which... it's weaker in terms of damage output, but being able to block physical attacks is just really, really nice. So I'm just gonna keep it for now. If the bot could read the rewards, it would need to be programmed into the thing. But yeah, my idea of how to do that quad light would be quite simple. You would try to read the chat message that somebody has redeemed something, and then you read what they try to redeem, one way or another, and that should then subsequently trigger the thing on the screen. And it's really easy to test for me as a streamer, because I have internet points anyways. Did you just make a black hole? Maybe. I mean, if you put the item into the item that it is itself, it just kind of probably causes a bit of a weird effect. Make it snow. I like it. By the way, tell me if it's too distracting over the game, because for record attempts like Secret of Mana, I decide to have it below the game. But this one here, I'm not sure how it really affects things. So we can throw flame scrolls here. So zombie dragons are weak to fire. However, they do have a lot of HP. So I'm not sure whether it's worth even fighting them. But on the other hand, whenever we defeat one zombie dragon, we do also get... oh, that's not quite enough apparently. If we do fight the zombie dragon, we do get a Dragon Fang, which is worth like 2,500 gold. So overall it will be worthwhile, plus they are worth quite a bit of experience too. What's your New Year's revaluation? Like resolution? Or what is a revaluation? Like I don't know the word necessarily. Redeemed stuff is not visible at any endpoint. Exception are the highlight messages and custom boards that require users to enter a message. I mean, it would be a custom reward anyways. So we can't just have people enter a message. And maybe even integrate that message into what we would display. Then again, I would need to figure out how to make it, like, transfer values from one place to another. Revolution. I don't really have much of a New Year's resolution, to be completely honest with you. Like, my goal is always to just be better, get better, improve one way or another. So that doesn't exactly change from one year to the next one, or from anything to the next one. But I also recognize that it's a really nice let's get this started type of point for a lot of people, so why not? Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for dropping by, Vanicut, and have a good day and a good night. Take care. I would be a benevolent ruler. I don't know. Isn't there a rule with something that measures stuff? I'm not that good at measuring. You're serving the homeless food tomorrow. Nice. Well, I hope he brings you a lot of joy. Also, by the way, we just picked up a bone mill. The bone mill is a very special type of equipment that has a ridiculous amount of physical defense, like more than literally any armor in the game, and it's not even heavy armor, so most characters can equip it except for mages. And we take effectively no more physical damage from most sources, as well as we cannot get poisoned, we cannot get charmed, we cannot get confused, we cannot get aged, and I think that's kind of most of the things there are. Like, we are effectively immune against most status effects, or a lot of them anyways. It's really, really good. On top of that, if an enemy uses a drain ability, like HP drain, the effect gets reversed because we are undead. For that matter, if I were to use the dancing dagger on these dragons here, and I would get Jitterbug do it, which would normally absorb HP from them and give it to me, it's also getting reversed against the zombie dragons, which, in case you were wondering why I'm not actually just using a physical attack against the zombie dragons, that's pretty much why. There's always that 1 in 8, well actually, there's effectively a 3 in 8 chance that it doesn't do anything because they cannot be confused, probably. And Mystery Waltz and the other ability just doesn't do anything against them. Mystery Waltz and Jitterbug do it. How short is the cooldown? I don't know, but I probably should activate the automatic thing now again, shouldn't I? I did put it pretty high at some point. Oh, it is actually set to auto-adjust. It is down to 10 minutes, quite light. I did not actually remove that, apparently. Or, well, I must have set it in again at some point. So, Phoenix Downs cost 1000 gold. Zombie dragons are guaranteed to give you a Dragon Fang, which is 2500 gold if you sell them. So at net gain, unless you need to use 3 Phoenix Downs. Let's run. So these bone dragons are pretty mean because they have an attack that can paralyze you, and you probably already know how devastating it is as a solo character to be paralyzed. On top of that, they have an attack that also puts you into critical HP. So they are effectively Carl boss. Except that it's 2 of them, and they can back attack you. And they are not susceptible to Phoenix Stones because they are heavy. So they cannot be insta-killed through cheesy means like that. We want to be in the front row and the back row. I think front row is fine. Alrighty, so this is gonna be a bit interesting. So we want to keep the bone mill against this next boss. So the bone mill also means I cannot heal myself through normal means in combat. Like, it just doesn't work because, well, I would deal damage to myself since I'm considered undead. But because it resists so many status effects, the only status effect that is going to be relevant is going to be Paralyze. So the way the Hero plant works is it has 5 little flowers. Each one of the 5 flowers has a pretty set basic attack that deals exactly 100 damage, unless it's in the back row. And then, after it deals its damage, ooh, that's really good. By the way, this thing has about 12,500 HP. After the flowers deal its damage, they inflict the status effect guaranteed. So these flowers have a weird attack that never ever misses, like it literally cannot miss, as well as a weird effect where they always inflict the status effect. They are affected by row, so if I were in the back row, I would only take half the damage. But all the big plant does is it just respawns the little guys over and over and over again. The little guys have 100 HP each, so even though they have a lot of magic defense overall, we would always be able to defeat them reasonably quickly. And the goal is to just take care of the main hero plant. So any character who does not have any way of dealing like multi-target damage has to be very careful about the far left flower at the very least, because that one inflicts paralyzation. And if a character cannot equip the bone mail, they also have to be worried about the poison flower, the aging status effect flower, the darkness flower, which we are immune to by the way as well, because bone mail is overpowered like that. And the last flower, I forget what its thing is. Either way, the flowers are kind of a big deal. But thanks to the ninja having area effect damage, well, it's not that big of a difficulty. Despite not dealing much damage, it's easily enough. Oh, watering the flowers. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a more vicious watering type of thing, so I feel like the flowers don't really appreciate it. Sure, go ahead, Quadlight. So here, Golem will no longer, well, annoy us by attacking us and then running away if we help him in this combat. Even though there's absolutely no point in me doing this right here, or freeing him, because I don't get any benefit from it as a ninja. It just makes it nicer because Golem, whenever he goes and pranks you, quote unquote, just slapping you and running away, he has so much speed that he even outspeeds a ninja. So here instead he's going to join us, and all the Golem encounters are going to turn into something else now in the various areas. And overall that was the hero plant. So this area here is actually pretty solid to level overall, because the zombie dragons can be defeated via single phoenix down, or if you have good fire-based spells. They are pretty easy to take out too. Just make sure to not target yourself with the phoenix down, because, well, since we do have the bone meal equipped, we would instantly die. This is really good. Yes, I love the modification for the emotes, honestly. So I decided to make them pretty cheap so people can just mess around with them, since they apparently also only last for a day. So if you feel like you're running out of points modifying emotes, feel free to let me know. I might just make them even cheaper. Although I feel like right now it's probably in a fine spot. Who knows? I should add a command to suggest custom emotes. Like in which sense, custom emotes? Modifying emotes is a thing now. There are these channel points that you may or may not want to interact with. And these channel points allow you to modify emotes. For example, you can flip it horizontally, you can make it grayscale, you can squish an emote or add a little hand to it, you can add a Santa hat. Like a fanmade. Probably disabled, I suppose. Squish grinder. Or grape jelly monster. One of my favorites is just flipping the hay horizontally. So it just spells yeah in a weird way. And it works really well with the neat emote. I figured they would be weak to lightning. They're not. A lot of water-based enemies are weak to lightning. I guess we are not exactly in water here though. Yeah, that one. Also, they escape if they drop too low in HP, so all we get from this encounter is one ability point, which we don't really need. I mean, Grimer is very squishable, so it makes sense to me. Is there anything I want to buy? Not really. So let's put it this way, if you have suggestions for custom emotes or anything like that, feel free to just let me know here or via Discord, whatever fits your bill. The thing is, of course, if I want to have a proper emote, unless you make it yourself and you're some form of artist that makes nice emotes, like Quadlight makes some of those once in a while, which are really nice. It would be pretty difficult to just take any suggestion, but I'm always open for suggestions and turn them into emotes because I have to pay the artists to... What's my Discord? Depends, I suppose. There we go. Thank you, Quadlight. Discord? Which court? Squish, 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 squish. I like to imagine that... Oh, yeah. Thank you for the 300 happy rabbits. I really appreciate those. And I like to imagine that the Squish Grimer, just like Luigi or Mario, Goomba stomped onto him, but he just enjoys being a trampoline sometimes. Also, there's an episode in the water, which is the highest attack power weapon that we can buy at this point. So if we want to throw something that has really good attack power, the episode would actually be our best option. If I want to go for, like, defeating Atmos. In fact, I will probably want to buy 4 more of these in order to tackle Atmos. You make an emote? Sure. Just kind of keep in mind that I may say that it's not quite fit for the channel for one reason or another, but you're always free to make suggestions or, well, something like that. But thank you for your enthusiasm. You literally rage quit. Oh. Sorry to hear that. I don't know how much an episode costs, so I probably will want to buy like 5 episodes total. Because we can probably not throw more than 5 times anyways. Maybe 6? I guess we can sell the coronet. I don't know how much an episode costs, but I remember it being pretty expensive. Oops. And welcome to you, Deck the Drum. Is this run 15 because you are going through each top class in the game? Yes, pretty much. This is number 15 because we have completed 14 before this. If you'd like to see which ones we have completed already, you can visit the SSCC document there, where the ones that are completed already I should finally highlight and link and put into collections. But yeah, we're currently on the Ninja, and we are basically more than halfway through. And the Berserker is going to come at the end of the year. But for the Berserker, I will only guarantee getting to the last boss, but we may not be able to defeat it depending on whether we can or cannot manipulate RNG. Have I considered using the bit batch emote slots anytime soon? Not really. I don't know what I would want to put there. Because I'm just happy with people subscribing, but then again, I suppose if you want to reward people that are... So one of my ideas was I was just going to flip some of the emotes like horizontally, but because that's a modification option now, it's just like, well, what am I gonna do with that now? For the face part emotes or something like that, or alternate versions of the sub emotes. Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking of, like just alternate versions of what we have already. I actually haven't even looked into whether I can set the amount cheering needed for the individual emotes. Like, let's say somebody just needs to cheer like 200 bits and all the emotes would be unlocked. That would be perfect, I suppose, but yeah. You don't even know if it starts at 1 bit or 1k. Good thing you only have a grinder, not a muck to flip. Because the muck would run amok if you flip it. Also, question, can a grimer be upside down? Wouldn't it just kind of reform on the other side again? Because it's really, well, liquid. Hey, is grimer a cat? Cats are liquid too, right? Alrighty, so I'm going to go in here real quick because I believe we can buy episodes here. I think anyways. Grimer can be whatever Grimer wants, or what do you want for that matter. That's Diddle. Let's see. Yeah, we can buy episodes here, so we have to sell a bunch of stuff. Actually, kind of curious whether any of these other weapons here we may be able to throw would be stronger, so let me actually do a little bit of research real quick. The episode has an attack power baseline of 57 and is also throwing damage for 57. So let's say the Gungnir. Other power of 54, so that's already less. Then we have the Bison Sword, which is 51. It's actually even less. I know it can critically hit, but that doesn't really matter for throwing. And the Venom Axe. Venom Axe has only an attack power of 48. Wow. Alright, the Epic Sword is definitely the strongest weapon because all the other weapons have slightly lower attack power because I suppose because they have like other values, quote unquote. Like this can crit and this ignores defense if it hits. So I need to sell a bunch of stuff so we can do things. I might keep that one just in case I derp. 4, 5 total is fine. This should be alright. Ditto isn't just a grimer in disguise. Who knows? Yeah, the Coronet is an interesting helmet. Really heavy, but sells for a ton of money. It does give +1 magic power, which is a bit unusual for being able to equip that as a ninja. But it's not all that useful for the most part, so it's better off just pawning it off to a shop. Okay, so we go and save, and then we take care of the next encounter here, with Gilgamesh once again, on the boat. This time he will have 8,888 HP. Once he drops below 6,000 HP, I believe, he will call in his buddy, Enkidu. And Enkidu will deal a good chunk of damage. Well, I actually will heal for 4,000 HP first. A time for Greg. Actually, I forgot a thing. I wanted to buy another dagger for the ninja. So let me do that real quick, because we may want to rely on sword dances for Atmos. Just trying to get lucky there. Even if it costs me some deaths, we can probably do it without having to do the awkward one by one kill, which Atmos is most likely going to kill us a few times, so the 0 death streak is going to end, probably. Alrighty, I'll look at it later. Thank you, cool stuff. I'll look at it after the stream. I appreciate that. I did not need to heal, I just realized. So, let's see. How much did it cost? 5,100. How long does a typical Final Fantasy game last? If you're playing casually, it would potentially last for... Just checking, Kodachi is, yeah, a fair bit stronger. If you're just playing casually, it would probably go on for... like 30 to 50 hours, depending on how familiar with the genre. No run speed not? No, I'm just playing console. We've played all of them so far, like this, Quanta. And the Berserker will actually play on the original cartridge for... well, it's gonna be in Japanese, because that's the original cartridge. So no modifications at all, except for unlocking the character classes early, which by the way is going to be a bit of a weird thing for the Berserker, because I couldn't get the game genie to work So I have prepared a save file after the water tower, where we unlock the Berserker, and we're just gonna start on emulator initially with the Berserker. Super Mario All-Stars for your SNES. Nice. So yeah, I would say most of them last like 30 to 50 hours, depending on how eager you are to complete everything. Some of them can probably go up to 60, 70 or even more hours if you want to be very, very thorough with them. And enjoy the music. Gilgamesh on the boat. Battle on the big bridge. On a boat. I mean, a boat is kind of like a bridge, just one that moves from one place to another. And it's just a really, really long bridge that you don't even have to move on yourself, because it moves you. So it's just an automatic bridge, I suppose. So you only have to defeat this guy in order to get over to Gilgamesh. And of course we have to make sure that this is a real solo character challenge run. And these Gobbledygook have about 1000 HP, I think. They are reasonably easy to take out and also have a surprising amount of, well, experience attached to them for how easy they are to take out. Mystery Waltz doesn't exactly help us to defeat this guy though. And Sword Dance is a little bit overkill. I think we just gained a level. 16-bit area, 30 to 50 hours, 32-bit era, 40 to 60, DVD era, 50 plus. Yeah, I would say that's probably a good estimate. Yep, we did level up, we are level 45. Nice. There's no level 5 to him, so we should be fine. Aye. Alrighty, so this guy has 8888 HP. He is a bit dangerous in terms of being able to use various attacks that just deal a lot of damage, to an extent anyways. However, we should be able to deal with him relatively simply. Keep in mind I have the Bone Mail still equipped, which means I cannot heal myself through normal means. Well, drain spells I suppose are not exactly normal means. Missile deals 75% of our current health and damage. Deathclaw would actually put us into critical HP and paralyze us if it hits. This is why he is actually kind of dangerous. And I'm starting considering just throwing a shuriken at him. I'm just gonna do it. So here he will probably call Enkidu. There is Enkidu. So Enkidu will heal Gilgamesh back up to full usually for 4000 HP. White Wind heals for however much HP you are currently missing. And normally Enkidu is actually kinda dangerous because he uses an ability called Drain, which deals damage equivalent to half of the HP you're missing. But because we have the Bone Mail equipped, that is not exactly a problem. So I actually deliberately... ooh, that's not nice. I deliberately damaged Enkidu a bunch. Boom. In order to hopefully make him use Drain and not Aero 2. Good thing we didn't get hit by Deathclaw either. Thank you. Vampire is exactly what I wanted to see, because we get healed from it. His next vampire would kill him. And we defeat the Gilgamesh. He heals with White Wind, which heals him for, well, however much HP he still has. Alrighty, that could have been a bit spooky if Enkidu decided to arrow to us after missiling, but he didn't. Meteor shower? No. If you give me like a CSS action script or JavaScript or something that I can like overlay via browser, we can implement that quite light. Or anything funky like that. Just preferably nothing too distracting. Alrighty, going into the back row. Healing up as well. We're soon out of regular potions. They only heal 50, whereas high potions heal for 500. And welcome to you, Richter Shade. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. A bit tired, but that's kind of expected. Hope you're doing well. Haven't touched CSS in years. Me neither. But I just saw that, oh, ActionScript is a thing. Looks pretty simple. And I copied some stuff in order to have little snowflakes. Because I was kind of thinking on how I could make it work. You're doing well, that's nice. Basically there's a CSS action script where you can define a thing to move in a certain way over a certain period of time. And I just effectively activate the website every time the command is called. Well, not manually, it's automated. The only thing is, I don't have a fade out for the snowflakes, which would be nice, but I don't know how to do that. Alrighty, we have arrived in the barrier tower. In the barrier tower we will want to farm a wall ring, which is a 1 in 16 chance to drop from a wall knight. And because we have actually pretty solid area of effect power, we do have a reasonably easy way to deal with enemies, so we will be able to, well, do so. Yeah, we only need one wall ring. It's easy enough, thankfully. Also, at the time we get it reasonably quickly. You just want to be in the correct place. This other chest over there has a drain sword in it. That is a knight-only weapon. Actually, I'm kinda curious how strong it is to throw that. Because normally I just ignore all the weapons that we can't equip anyways, but as a ninja, maybe you can throw it. Drain sword. Drain sword has a throw attack power of 84. That's really good. Actually, I want to go and grab that then. Can we throw it? Nope, we can actually not throw it. So never mind that. So there's two different types of encounters with wall knights that you can be looking for. One is outside here, where there is 2 potential wall knights and 2 magnetites in the encounter. Because we are a ninja and have access to lightning damage, they're actually not too bad to take out. Lightning damage that doesn't get reflected specifically. Inside here, instead, we have these individual wall knights. And the tricky thing about wall knights is actually that they have a pretty solid amount of attack power as well as defense, really. The defense is the biggest part. And trying to defeat them with physical attacks is a bit tricky unless we land the sword stance. Confusion. They have about 1600 HP, which, well, this is more than enough. You know, if Ferris were to just attack normally with that dancing dagger, we would be in quite fine shape overall. Like, just 2 attacks and it would be dead, but yeah. Alrighty, trickers like to use level-based abilities. Or just not do anything. Thankfully they do not know level 5 Doom, else we might be in trouble because we're level 45. That's still true, I have the bone mill equipped anyways. So normally I try to farm for the wall ring inside for the single wall knight enemies. However, I feel like the ninja will be able to take this encounter here reasonably easily. Let's see what I'm correct about that. Yeah, I think 2 walls, 2 thunder scrolls should do the trick here. Alright, that's good. 2 times a 1 in 16 chance for a wall ring. Didn't get one, but we need to level anyways at some point, so this is just kind of coinciding with that. Dude! That's weird, ready? Nice. Did you just slam a door into mint? That's kinda mean. Why does my on-screen thing show the Franker faces supporter badge but no other badge? I have no idea. Let's see. I have time. Check right now. I think I disabled all the badges, but I don't see a Franker faces badge right now. I don't want to deal with these Gravido enemies because they use like abilities that reduce my HP by a lot, percentile. So just running from those. Richtershade had one. Hey Richtershade, could you say something? Yeah, I think the idea was to disable all badges overall. So maybe they didn't quite pick that up. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure where that Frankie faces batch or the batch management would be in this thing, to be completely honest. Ah, there it is. I think I found it. What do I have? Yeah, exactly. Nice. No, it's gone. No, it's still there. You just can't see it. No, the idea was to basically disable all batches, just so it would not take up space on the screen. Like, normally I would want to have timestamp in the chat as well, but it just doesn't fit in with the font. And yeah, that thing in the middle in Richter Shades thing is supposed to be a eye, like a closed eye, but people started using it for many other things, and that's kind of the fun of it. Too bad there's no vertical flip. But yeah, the story is effectively that there's a gigantic rabbit just lurking in the shadows. Rabbit is a creature from Seeker of Mana. Have I received the wall ring by now, by the way? Because I may not have paid attention. Probably not. Let's see real quick. No wall ring yet. Okay. I'm 20 nights in. Yeah. I don't know what the probability is at this point. It's a 15 and 16 chance to not get one per each individual night. But this is by far one of the easiest way to farm these guys. One of the things I was thinking of just now is how the White Mage took so long to finally defeat a single Wall Knight, and I remember being able to finally make it past Gilgamesh on the bridge, on the boat, excuse me, and went like, oh my goodness. Now another really long grind with the White Mage, because we had a lot of those beforehand already, because, well, you defeat these guys so slowly as a solo White Mage. But just basically because I wanted to test how long it would take to defeat one guy and then just end the stream for the day, I got the wall ring in the first try. That was really lucky. And also really nice. That's a weird penguin there already. Nice. I feel like the ninja would be strong enough to take out X-Def at the end of World 2 without even worrying about having a wall ring, but having a wall ring is just much nicer, because once you get past phase 1 you can just sit in the back row and chuck high potions in the elixirs and wait until he defeats himself. There is our wall ring, nice. And we are out here. Money here. No. I was considering trying to defeat this guy as well, but at this point I feel like running away in order to increase our runaway counter for the chicken knife is more efficient. 27 knights by your count. Nice. Yeah, that's not bad. Kinda curious what the probability is. It's 15 divided by 16 to the power of 27. But I can't really calculate that in my head. So the chest on the door on the left, there's a chest that is guarded by a dragon. But by the way, the previous chest was also guarded by a dragon, which is why I didn't pick it up. And it contains a gold hairpin. So that was the last of my potions. I just use high potions now. Alrighty. So this is the time for... Ha! Ha! No, I sold it. This would be the time for using the power ring. This is the only time really that power ring would be useful, because the upcoming boss doesn't really physically attack. And this is going to be very interesting now, because I want to sit in the front row, and this is going to be a thing. So, a lot of solo character challenge runs cannot really take on this boss like the straightforward way, and instead rely on reviving the other characters and then just killing them off one by one, because what they would have to do in alternative is level up to level 70, level 80 in order to be able to defeat this boss otherwise. So certain character classes, even with killing off your allies one by one, are not going to deal enough damage, so they have to defeat this guy the straightforward way anyways. And we did this a few times already, but it kind of makes the rest of the game relatively simple, trivial in some cases even. So for the most part, this is why killing off the allies one by one is preferable over leveling them up to level 70 or level 80. However, some characters like the Geomancer needed to level up ridiculously high anyways, so I did it straightforward. Or the White Mage just could not deal enough damage anyway, so well, we did it straightforward. So here we are now with a ninja, who has a chance that we might be strong and fast enough to take out this guy here without having to revive our allies, because we might be able to just deal that much damage. I don't know whether that's true or not. This is why I bought the Episword, so we have the strongest possible throwing weapons to, well, throw. Alrighty, so this is Atmos. The way Atmos works, it has about 20,000 HP, slightly less than that. And whenever a character is dead in your party, it will get slowly dragged towards the left side of the screen. Once they reach a certain position, he will absorb that character in order to just remove them from the battlefield. If all characters are alive, or all characters that are dead are absorbed, basically if there's no more any dead characters on the screen, Atmos will start using Comet. Atmos has automatically haste, and it's really fast, so it goes about 2 to 3 times for each time I get one turn. And it can cast up to 2 comets per turn. A comet is a damage attack that deals about, I think it is 200 to 1600 damage total potential. So we would not survive that for particularly long, usually, unless we, well, level up to the ridiculous extent that we would survive it, because we would have enough maximum HP. Either way, let me see real quick how much an air blade is worth for. Attack power is only 44, so we do want to throw the Episword. So we need to deal about 20,000 damage in about 3 or 4 turns. So let's see whether we can do this. We can get lucky and survive like 1 rounds of meteors or comets, I suppose. Let's see. 3,498. Let me see real quick. 3,498. 20,000 divided by that number is... we would need about 6 turns. We probably do not get 6 turns, because the characters are already too far. This is number 2. And with slow 2, this is pretty much impossible now, because slow is such an insane status effect that it's we don't get enough time. So my backup strategy is to try and get sword dances here. Also, by the way, this is why we put Butts into the other row, so he would get absorbed a little bit later and we would get a little bit more time. Because even though this solo character challenge run, well, we still were able to rearrange our friends there. Ho ho, that's really high rolls too. So that he can basically one-round us. We could have survived that if he rolled a lot lower, but well, we didn't. And this is Atmos. This is why you often in solo character challenge runs decide to kill off your allies one by one instead. Once again, you would need to level up to 70 or 80 in order to survive the comets reasonably. Which, well, it's just not reasonable. So I think what we need to do is we need to get one sword stance, which is effectively 1 in 8 chance, and then just throw epi swords in order to do this the real solo character challenge way. Comet cannot be reflected, no. That is a spell that just goes through everything. First death indeed. So if we decided to do this like many other solo character challenges without... I consider this to be an optional challenge to not revive the allies to kill them off one by one. If we did that, we would win this guaranteed. Like, it's not even a contest, we deal that much damage. Alright, sword dance please. Not a sword dance. Sword dance please. Not a sword dance, but it's pretty good damage. Sword dance please. Yeah. It's pretty lucky to get a sword dance or two. This time we didn't get a slow 2. By the way, slow 2 is not inherently a bad thing for him to cast. It's just bad if it hits. Slow 2 doesn't have the particularly high chance to hit for him. And... oh, by the way, he has a 1 in 3 chance to not cast a comet on each of his 2 turns he gets per turn. So we can get more attacks in here. Well, that's not nice. And yes, no deaths until Atmos. Which, because we are doing the optional Atmos challenge, you could technically subtract those deaths if you wanted to. Same with the Galuf. We could have subtracted any Galuf deaths if we wanted to, but that is something I may do in the evaluation once we are done with all solo character challenge runs, just to see which characters without the optional challenges may have the least amount of deaths, which ones, etc. And yes, Regodactylus, this is definitely the furthest I've made it without dying. Alright. Come on. Sword dance, please. It's a 1 in 8 time, 1 in 8 chance every time we attack. There's a sword dance. Alright. Unfortunately, it doesn't exactly make up for me not getting a sword dance first turn, does it? Oh well, let's just see. Am I dealing less damage now? Did I forget to equip the strength armor this time? Oh, it does have variants. It just happened to deal the same damage both times last time. Hey Life Tactics, welcome. How are you doing? Oof. Alright, we need to survive another one. We didn't. Just in time for Atmos, indeed. A jerk Kirby boss. Wow, really? This is the exact same RNG as we had before. Alright. So 1 in 16 chance to get a back attack. Uh-oh. So anybody who has something that looks like food, smells like food, or, well, is, well, remotely rump-sized, please make sure to hide those things, because the rump parade has been unleashed. Hide your wallet, hide your keys, hide your apples, hide... Well, actually, feed the rabbits whatever you wish if you'd like to feed them, but just... Well, they can probably digest everything. Atmos would be a fun fight on action RPG. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Two attacks. And we can reset. That happens, we reset anyways. Like, I suppose Ninja has a chance with like 3 sword dances in a row to defeat Atmos still, but we would still need to dodge like 4 or 5 combat turns. Alright, at least we know that we can consistently get the same randomness. Just changing up stuff here. I believe Belial in the original Diablo 3 release in Inferno difficulty was kind of like that. At least for me, where I had so little equipment in preparation for the later stages of Inferno difficulty, where I just was a one-shot if I ever get hit by anything. That was a lot of fun. I actually really enjoyed that boss fight. Snake minions? Yeah, you have to get somehow past the snake minions. I had just barely enough damage to make it past those guys. Alright, this is not looking good. One more not sword dance, we just reset. Oh. Alright, we need to however get another sword dance here, otherwise this is not gonna work out. In fact, we need to actually get 2 more sword dances, which is technically possible, just very, very, very unlikely. Okay, that's attack number 4. So we can actually get 5... Wait a second. We can actually reasonably get 6 attacks in if we survive like 2 waves of combat. Which is not too unreasonable to expect, which we just did. So if I were to just throw the things instead, we might actually deal just enough damage. So let's see whether that actually happens. I'm actually just gonna throw the episodes. I don't have enough episodes to throw. Or 6 though. We were able to kill Belay right before the massive nerfs went through. I see. I went all the way to Diablo, or well, the Primeval, on Inferno difficulty with my monk. Because the nice thing was, as a monk, you could pretty much defeat the bosses if you get to them. And had enough patience and practice to eventually do that. And yes, sword dance double hit works with dual wield. It's actually kinda neat. I'll make sure Trust try to throw the episodes right away. And see how much damage it is. I don't think it's gonna be enough. Especially since if we get lower damage rolls here. So we are halfway through his HP, and we get 2 more attacks. At most. The next attack is not even guaranteed. So he has about 6,000 and some change HP remaining, which we can take out with a sword dance. Actually, if I had another episode, we could take him out like this if I had another episode and survived one set of comets. But I would need one more episode. I figured 5 would be enough because we wouldn't be getting more than 5 turns in, but 6 is actually reasonable. Alright, let's go ahead and grab another episode here. Wait, how strong is a shuriken? 50. An episode was how much? 57. It would be a stretch. I mean, again, if we just get a sword dance at the beginning, which is a 1 in 8 chance, we would be fine, I would think. But yeah. We're going the extra mile for the optional challenge here, I would say. Then again, maybe I will want to not spend the episodes, just so I have them remaining for... Do you use a cheat to unlock the class from the beginning? Yes, otherwise we would be missing out on quite a few interesting boss fights on some classes. So we basically unlock it just before entering the wind strain, so even the first Wing Raptor boss we will take on as the changed class, which I didn't do in the first few challenges, or challenge runs, but at some point I decided that's probably a fine idea to do so. Do I have 2 dancing daggers? No, there's no way to get 2 dancing daggers, at least not right now. Because there's one that you get in the chest, there's no other second one you can get. Also, by the way, if I miss anything in chat, then don't answer your questions, feel free to repeat them, because I'm just slow to read. Monk had amazing defensive skills and passes to deal with the Onslaught and Inferno too. Oh yeah. My favorite one was where I was actually stuck for a while on that. I think it was like the first quest in the final act to try and take out... I don't even remember what the thing is called. Like a pretty tough boss overall. And I started just learning how it works, and I kind of got stuck for a while. Then I found a video on the internet where they displayed how to defeat that guy by, well, using clever timing and sound cues. And I expanded that and decided to just try and defeat that guy without even using any equipment whatsoever. And it actually worked out pretty well. I defeated him basically just with backlash damage, which they nerfed eventually as well. So you couldn't just deal that much backlash damage anymore. Like, I literally had no equipment equipped on my monk when I did the thing, just for fun. Hello? Where's the... Oh, up there. It's squished, all squished. So one more epic sword will, in theory, do the trick, unless we get really low damage rolls. And welcome to you, Dame Dame. I hope you're doing well. So, oh, well, we have plenty of money now to actually buy even more. I mean, might as well, right? Because we want to throw them as well against XDev, I would think. So after that little detour, back to Atmos. Better be safe than sorry, pretty much. And I mean, we will want to take out XDev at least to his second phase as quick as possible, which by the way is less damage than we need to deal to Atmos. But it will definitely be the most efficient to have some more episodes to throw. For a long time I believed that I would be stuck in here once I... Nice. Once I finally get... What's the word? For a long time I thought I was stuck in the tower here once I go into it, but you can actually also just go back outside, which I didn't realize for quite a long time. Oh yeah, does this actually even show up properly in the chat fontificator? Where is it? There it is. Oh, no it does not. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess it makes sense, because I haven't updated this little chat display program in quite a while. I'm actually strongly considering just picking up that gold hairpin just to sell it later, so we have more money. Might be a good idea. Yeah, let's just go and grab it. We're going to equip the flame ring for that. And we hope that we do not run into the yellow hydras. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hopefully no yellow hydras. Good, alright. I do believe this guy is actually weak against water, interestingly enough. He has about 7,500 HP. And he loves to use Atomic Ray, which deals fire damage. But we should be fine against that. Thanks to the Flame Ring just healing us. So it's not guaranteed to be a red dragon here. It can, in relatively rare circumstances, be two yellow dragons as well instead. Oh, we even gained a level. And the gold hairpin is a headpiece or head equipment that reduces all your MP usage by half. Since we don't use any MP as a ninja, it's kind of useless, but it sells for quite a bit of money. Which we will need eventually. I did not realize I was this close to a level. Alrighty, do I want to change up anything? I guess I could have bought a power ring while I was there. A bit late now. Oh well, let's go. Oh, take care, cool stuff. Thank you for dropping by and have a nice day. Alrighty, let's see whether we can defeat this guy just throwing epic swords. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy your time. So we need to throw 3 more of the swords in order to defeat this thing. 2 more. Which means we need to survive 2 meteors or comet phases, which we already... Wow, okay! Well, that was easy, I suppose. He decided to do the 1 in 9 chance to not throw a comet twice. That was kind of ridiculous. Sometimes we get lucky, aren't we indeed? We did not even need those additional episodes at this rate. Alrighty, 6 deaths it is for Atmos. Let me update my spreadsheet in the meantime. And we move on. Oh yeah, number 15, Ninja. I haven't had to update this until now. So 0 Random, 0 Carbos, 0 Siren, 0 Galura, 0 Liquid Flame, 0 Ironclaw, 0 Ifrit, 0 on Biblos, 0 on Sandworm, 0 on Crayclaw, 0 on Adamantimi, 0 on the Rocket Launchers, 0 on Soul Cannon, 0 on Archeo Avis, 0 on the Puroboros, 0 on the Chimera Brain, 0 on Titan, 0 on Gilgamesh Galuf, 0 on Gilgamesh Bridge, 0 on the Hiri Plant, 0 on the Gilgamesh on the ship, and 6 on Atmos, which we did the optional Atmos challenge, which I indicate by plus Atmos in my little spreadsheet. Also plus the level 1 Gilgamesh, I suppose. It's a Christmas miracle! Speaking of which, is Lethal Thrak doing another Boshi run this Christmas? Or did he stop that tradition at some point? He's basically the reason why I got into speedrunning in the first place. In a... well, maybe not exactly, but kinda related way. Atmos ruined it, and then gave a free win. What a jerk. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfair if you think about it. He can beat me 1,000,000 times, but if I defeat him just once in 1,000,000, I still win. Can you actually go in here during this cutscene? Oh, you can. Can we go on snooze during it too? Oh, we can. So we just leave Galuf up there sulking, I suppose. Well, sulking is the wrong word, really. He's not sulking, he is mourning. It's actually kind of mean. I was just curious whether you can do that. Also, before I do anything else, I'm going to equip the smoke ability so I can run away more efficiently. He's fine, you say? Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's just still waiting here. Poor Galuf. Squish Grimer. Hi Ultrawald, welcome, how are you doing? Are you throwing a Squish Grimer back and forth between the Grimers? That sounds like an interesting, well, sport. Alrighty, now we have the submarine, which means we can go to the village of Moor. But before that we have to make a pit stop in Gyto's cave. There's not really any reason for me to go to the village of Moor first, because I don't really have any intention of defeating any encounters in the village of Gyto's cave, which normally you want to have some wind-based attacks, or water actually works too, in order to deal a lot of damage to these metamorph enemies. But, well, we can just run away with smoke. This is why I equipped smoke. The encounters in here are very much, well, not worthwhile to fight. Oh, I'm sorry, Lena. Because they give so little experience for how, well, much of a hassle it is to defeat these. Oh my goodness. Varys is on a rampage. Throwing a rabbi back and forth. Nice. Poor Rabbite. Please be nice to the purple Rabbite, he's kind of unique. Also a bit of a scaredy cat. This is Biopack Smoke. Those are not always easy to run away from. I love how the ninja basically goes, "Smoke!" Then looks over at the enemy and goes, "Hey, have you seen that smoke?" And then runs away instead. Santa had Rabbite. Nice. For anybody who may watch this in highlights and VODs and you only see the chat on the right, basically Twitch implemented a thing where you can now like modify emotes that are already existing, such as adding a Santa hat, flipping them horizontally, or like making them grayscale or squished and stuff like that. Unfortunately, my chat program thing that I use to display the chat on stream does not actually know these things yet, so it doesn't well display anything. It's neat. I really like the modifications to the emotes. I wish they would last for more than a day. That would be nice. But this is also part of the reason why I decided to make them really cheap. That way you can also just unlock them if you feel like it and go and use them in other chats again. I actually never really realized that you could just swim on the overworld here without getting into encounters. I just thought you had to be in the undersea in order to avoid them. But apparently World 2 does not have regular water encounters. Learned something new. That's exactly how your Final Fantasy VIII playthrough ended. On the ocean, no idea where to go or where you are. The classic... Oh, I already missed the thing. The classic case of... There are so many places you can potentially go, I have no idea where I'm supposed to go anymore because I don't remember the story anymore. That's why I actually really like streaming and having, or well, receiving directions from some people once in a while. So these things have just over 1,000, just under 1,000 HP, I think. Not quite good enough. But they all each have a 1 in 16 chance to drop me an elixir, so I decided to just take them on. Okay. Also, I might as well equip the bone mail again, so... Oh, I already have it. so we have more defense. So here, I'm going to buy 2 air lancets. Those are really strong daggers, and, well, they will help me defeat the enemies. Oh, that's right, I don't have enough money. Ah. I guess I don't really need the angel ring anymore. Probably. So the reason why I buy 2 air lancet daggers is they actually have more base damage than the dancing dagger, which is unusual, I would say. Since most of the weapons do have, well, less. But either way, even though the sword dance is still more damage, it's just not particularly reliable, especially since you use both attacks if you get like a jitterbug do it, or something of that equivalent. Like anything that isn't sword dance is just an inherent damage loss, so having 2 air lancets you can equip is just better most of the time. Which reminds me, probably oh nice, elixir. Which reminds me I should probably equip the Guardian Dagger again for the 1 in 4 chance to block attacks. So in here, there's actually quite a few chests that we can get. The further we get into the forest, the more valuable these are in terms of just straight up, well, money. So these didn't resist stuff, did they? Oh, they did. Never mind. They just didn't resist air, for that matter. Actually, I've never tested water. So the Gajira enemies, or the type of Gajira enemies, usually have very little health, but the difficulty is just hitting them because they have a lot of evasion. Those Mammon would be decently susceptible to fire, but because we don't one-shot them, we would still take a bunch of attacks. I'm basically just on the hunt for picking up all the chests that have a bunch of money in them. The first one is only 2,500, but, well, there's more and more. And I need all that money. Probably. There's that one. I believe the next one is on the right of the exit to the next area. I actually need to start thinking about where I will want to grind for the end game. Like, maybe I should take these encounters just so I get simple and easy experience. Oh, they are almost a one-shot. It's actually kind of surprising. Oh, preemptive, that allows me to just get 2 attacks up before they get one. Where would I best go and grind? Probably... I actually have a good idea. Probably the desert area. Yeah, the desert area with water scrolls would probably be really good. The chests on the side here are pretty much not worth picking up, because they contain like a potion for chemistry drink or something of that equivalent. Not really worthwhile. The chest here, however, to pick up is quite worthwhile because it does contain an elixir, which is worth quite a bit more. 50,000 gold if you want to buy it in the end game anyways. We do have plenty of them, so we probably don't have to buy any. shurikens that we will just buy Fuma shurikens. Speaking of shurikens, I definitely will want to start using them. Morningstar will sell for a bit of money too. Not that expensive. Actually, kinda curious, can you clone a Morningstar? Nah, I figured. So, and here, as usual, because we cannot equip a shield, we do not open up that chest that is just, well, a little bit to the top right of us after this cutscene initiates. There's a chest that, if you pick it up before the fire burns down everything, it will contain an Aegis shield, and if you pick it up after the fire burns down everything, it will be a flame shield. The Aegis shield is usually better as an all-around shield because it blocks 1 in 3 magic attacks, but it also only has a 33% chance to block physical attacks. On the other hand, the flame shield has a 40% chance to block physical attacks and absorbs fire as health instead. So it's kind of like a flame ring, but doesn't deny ice damage. But also the flame shield sells for considerably more, so that's why I ever want to pick up the flame shield instead. Also, I would like to point out that Moogle just Goomba stomped us into the hole. So now we have to wait here until Moogle decides that we're good to go. Crazy little guys, indeed. Sometimes they get stuck in this doorway for whatever reason. I have no idea why. Hello? Let me through, please. I have no idea why they do that even. Walking into NPCs makes them walk around faster. Like if I walk into this guy here, he moves around quicker. But because for some reason they get locked into a certain direction, so for such a long time, it's kind of awkward to try and get past that one Moogle in particular. Like he's supposed to just go into his idle animation, but for some reason NPCs on the overworld often just go back and forth between the certain spots. Psych! He absorbed my MP. Not like I need it, but... Actually no, he gave me MP. Because I have the bone mill equipped. Which reminds me, I will want to unequip that one shortly. There's just soot in that chest there, which actually you can throw as a ninja, but unlike I originally thought, you cannot actually throw it and gain, well, blind enemies with it. You can only blind enemies if you have a cannoneer instead. What's the crystal plan? I have a flame ring, so I will just start damaging the... words. I will just start damaging the fire crystal until we get the appropriate amount of HP down, and then it will just continuously heal us. Can the ninja use shields? No, ninjas cannot use shields in this game here. So the upcoming boss here is a pretty special one, and actually one that gives a lot of casual people or Forge of Fiesta players a lot of trouble, because they are really not easy to deal with. So this will be an encounter with 4 crystals. Each one of them has 7,777 HP, and they are each one of them aligned with a different element. They all completely resist Earth, or might even get healed by them. Other than that, I believe they are only really susceptible to water. We have water damage. Either way, the crystal on the right is the one that will cast Aqua Rig on you, on your entire party. So the basic gist of it is, if you damage the crystals far enough that they drop below about 3000 HP. Also, I forgot to equip the Bone Meal on Galuf. Big derp. I even unequipped it on Ferris, I just forgot Galuf. Oh well. If you drop the crystal below 3000 HP, they start using very heavy area effects spells that hit your entire party. And that's usually the problem because you don't have as much HP as we do as a solo character, especially since we power leveled quite a bit here. And wow, that's almost enough to push it onto the threshold right there. The top crystal is aligned with fire. What that means is that if we deal enough damage to it, it will start casting Fire 3 on your entire party. Fire 3 is a spell that can be targeted at a single target or multi-target. So, whatever it might be, it would start dealing a load of damage to you. So the idea is that you take approximately 500 damage from each of the area of effect attacks of each of the crystals. To each an individual member of your group, and that's a lot of damage that you will not often survive, unless you happen to have a flame ring. So in this case, what I'm doing is I just put the fire crystal under a certain threshold of HP, and now all it will ever do is use Fire 3. And that will just heal me. And we use that to our advantage in order to take care of the other crystals one by one by one. That's kind of pretty much all there is to it. Mangosh, yeah, Guardian Dagger Mangosh, same thing, depends on translation. Definitely one of my favorite weapons because it's quite unique in being able to block physical attacks. And it's not even that weak in comparison to other weapons you could use at this point. And yes, that is accurate here. So this guy is now also in critical HP, which means about 600 damage in Aqua Wake damage. So the thing is, each one of the crystals also has a different speed. Unfortunately for us, the Fire Crystal is actually the slowest one of the bunch, so it is possible for the Wind Crystal in particular to actually kill you if you don't have enough maximum HP, because the Wind Crystal on the left side can go twice for each one of the Fire Crystal's moves, and what this means is that it can potentially just get 2 Arrow 3s on a single target, which is really strong on you. You may be able to survive it, you may not be able to survive it. The bottom crystal is the Earth Crystal. If you have float, you can actually just completely ignore the area of effect it does. But yeah, these, by the way, are some of the main reasons why a lot of solo characters even grind out getting the flame ring in the first place. Like, the flame ring is nice for a few other encounters, but never really necessary per se. But it's just really, really nice to have it for this encounter here in particular. Or, I wouldn't say necessary, but you would need a lot of grinding to survive their onslaught of attacks if you didn't have it. For some characters anyways, that don't deal as much damage as the ninja does. Guild-Toss 4 times for you. Guild-Toss works too. Alrighty. So the crystal on the left is attuned to wind element, which means if I try to use a wind dagger on it, it's going to just heal it instead, which of course is not exactly what we are looking for. So instead I'm going to go ahead and equip the dancing dagger, get a bit lucky. In case you're wondering, they have about 10,000 MP, so running them out of magic is kinda difficult. Although not impossible. They're also level 77, so hitting insta-kill moves, which they are susceptible to, is also really difficult. Also, that wind crystal is going to go twice for the fire crystal going once. Right here. It's pretty close, honestly. I didn't quite think my move through, but just making sure it's done now. And we're getting healed to full. So I do believe I still have, I have the air blade still here, which it's gonna be a bit of a longer journey to get Galuf to defeat Xdeath after this. Because I remember to unequip the bone mail, but I forgot to equip it on Galuf. So you could actually use a little glitch to kill Galuf in the next cutscene fight, where he's not supposed to die because he's that angry. Or well, not angry, but determined to defeat Xdeath, really. But because I didn't equip the bone mail on him, I can't make him undead and cannot really defeat him with a Phoenix Down. So we're just gonna take like 5 minutes, because you have to deal like, what was it? 7,000 damage to Xdeath here in order to take him out. You personally never go for the flame rings? Yeah, me neither. In my very first playthrough, I remember having a lot of trouble with these crystals, since I never played the game before either. Like, before Drop Fiesta was my first playthrough. I had a Mystic Knight, and because I did not know there was a chest in the top right, I actually got the Flame Shield, because that's when I saw the chest afterwards. So I had one Mystic Knight, and at some point after dying like once or twice, I realized, wait a second. I can just have my Mystic Knight absorb fire damage and just solo the rest of this fight. And it was actually kind of easy from there. Indignation? Daos really does not like indignation. But I don't know what the actual word itself means, to be honest. Indignation! Up. So yeah, so this is a cutscene fight where Galuf literally cannot die, and you're supposed to not have a super weak Galuf in order to take out this guy here. So this weapon here has a 1 in 8 chance to proc the Wind Cutter, and we need to deal like, I don't know, 8,000 HP damage? It's a while. So I'm actually going to take a short break, get up, stretch, and get some more water. And yeah. Good opportunity for everybody to take a break. Be right back. Indignation is anger at something that's unfair, unjust, undeserved. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for the explanation. Be right back. Also, quick question. How is the audio balance? Is it too loud for me, or is it okay? Be right back now, for real. Alrighty, I'm back. And yeah, indignation is what they blast Daos in Tales of Phantasia with in the opening cutscene. It's also what I use in the speedrun. Because I can't really do the task strat. Actually, I have to be admitting, I've never even tried. Yeah, I agree, this sprite is really neat. I see. Well, good luck with that ice burner. I like the PlayStation version. It's not the one I would want to speedrun, but I like it as a game, it's really neat. And I think it's the better casual game by a good amount. I have no idea how close we are, by the way. But I had cookies, so that's nice. Ah, okay. Basically, now we just need to attack him like 4 times more in order to defeat him here. And Gallo just managed to solo X-Death. First try. Unfortunately also one death. So I will hope that we're going to get this first try without a death, but it's effectively 1 in 3 chance. Assuming that we, well, get there. After taking like 3 million damage. 300,000 actually is what you wrote, but yeah. Galov did not go down easily. There's a reason why he is one of the original Dawn warriors. Like, through game mechanics, it's kind of a bit weird, I suppose, because he is just about as strong as your other party members at this point when you just play the game normally. Whereas, effectively, if he is angry like that and just really wants to protect his granddaughter and the other people, he has so much more power than any other character. Or well, at least. Doesn't just give up. You got an imported Irish butter and it's amazing. Ah. Interesting. Alrighty, with this, I think we're pretty much ready to take on Excess Castle. I could restock on eye potions, but I really don't think we need to. We have plenty of scrolls. I would say let's just go. I think I still have the smoke ability equipped. Yeah. Because I didn't feel like switching to the other one. I could go and try to confuse birds to get float. Although I do not think that is necessary per se. Just trying to think. Yeah, I think the ninja's gonna be strong enough that we don't have to worry about that necessarily. Excess forest fire was so hot it burned a hole into the mountain. Yeah, how does that work actually? If you try to explain it in in-game terms. I mean, suppose it didn't have to be initially just mountains per se, but it could have just been really dense vegetation so that here you couldn't really fly through it. Because I'm picking up all the money in this one here. Thank you. Oh, that's right, Kara doesn't have any weapon yet to one-shot herself with. Thank you. And I'm out. Impressive. That blind wolf has like 3/4 of a chance to miss. Just because, well, it's blind. And that's what blind status does to you. So there's not gonna be a whole lot of encounters I would want to take out in this area here. I don't think anyways. Actually, what I will want to do is I want to equip a wall ring. Just in case I decide to take on some dark wizards, because that will just reflect all the spells that they can throw at me back to them, which will potentially one-shot them, making them easy prey. That's probably how XDev came into the forest lacking a submarine. That's actually a fair point. Yeah, actually, that probably makes the most sense. That's how XDev came into the area. I like that theory. Woo. Alrighty, so XF Castle has a lot of encounters that are worth a lot of money, but are also relatively tough to take on realistically. Like this one is a really good example of that. The magic dragons are weak to wind element, but they also have about 3000 HP. They give a lot of experience, but, well, we cannot realistically two-shot them, so I decide to just run away from them instead. Actually, if it was a single magic dragon, which is a possible encounter in here, I would probably just switch to 2 air-lancet daggers and try to hit them. Yeah, its shield, the counterpart to the flame shield, worth quite a bit of money. Pick it up. Very tempting because we just got a preemptive strike. Yeah, this is gonna be 4 scrolls? Yeah, 4 water scrolls. Not ideal. Speaking of Icky Castle, the healing water at the bottom floor proves that placebos work. Oh. I did not account for that. They deal, well, that much damage I suppose. Well, that's the first random death we have. And the first quote-unquote real death, if you will. Health cape. Bone mail. We didn't block a whole lot either, have we? Bit unfortunate. So we're just gonna avoid those magic dragons. The chest on the left, by the way, contains an ether, I think, so not terribly interesting. Well, yeah, I was also equipped with a wall ring. If I was lucky enough, they would have used Arrow 3 on me, and they would have hit themselves with it too. But I think they just stuck to physical attacks, didn't they? That was actually pretty unlucky overall. Interesting. Going back to the wall ring. Part of the game is quite rough. It can be, but then at the same time, once you can handle the random encounters reliably, you know you're pretty much ready for X-Death in a sense. It is supposed to be tough, but they also give a lot of experience. Ooh. Alright, yeah. Just going to ignore the dragons this time. Bad idea to fight them. I figured with a preemptive strike maybe I'm quick enough, but nope. It just have too much HP. I'm not in the front row. In fact, I want to be in the front row, just in case I get a back attack, so I would take less damage from the physical attacks. And I can always guaranteed run away thanks to smoke anyways. So if it's not a back attack, I will run away before they can attack me. Except for maybe the other golems, they're actually surprisingly fast. Here's an ether to give to a bird so you can float. But I decided to not be floating. Because I was too lazy to do that. Since it usually takes quite a while to set it up. Frequent preemptives, which is how it should be if you have a ninja in your team, because they have an increased chance to, well, preemptive strike. Fun fact, Adama golems are actually weak to lightning. So 2 lightning scrolls may defeat them. I'm not sure how much HP they have. They might have too much for that. Oh, they do have too much for that. 270? Alright, we should be fine. They do give pretty good experience. But then again, you could just use a soft item on them instead. It's not even that much for 2200, at least not compared to a lot of other enemies anyways. Some of the stuff here is so difficult to run from. Yes, absolutely. Especially once you get into the dragon rooms. The chest on the right there contains a gale bow, which is a really good bow for a hunter. Well, worth also quite a bit of money, but you have to walk through the lava in order to get it, so I'm just gonna skip out on that. Carbuncle bonus challenge. Carbuncle is not really that difficult to take out, honestly, so... Honestly, I'd rather try and get this run done today. So, unfortunately, I kinda messed up, and now we are in combat with this thing. They do have a bit of defense and attack power and stuff like that, so they are not without danger. And they only give 2 ability points. But I actually want the chests on the left and right side for once. Whenever I miss the timing for the button input, it means I get to, well, fight these guys. So he just tried to charm me, but thankfully I have the wall ring equipped. He just tried to charm himself, but he doesn't have a wall ring. There we go. So these chests on the left and right side are knight swords as well as ninja swords respectively. And the main reason why I even decide to get them is because we can throw them, probably. I don't actually really know. Also, you cannot run away from these guys in case you're curious. Oh, an abductor. That's not necessarily what I expected. We do have bone mail equipped, so we should be fine. I actually don't know what abilities he can use. Maybe I should equip image for these fights here. Arrow 2, okay, so we reflect that. That's not good. I probably should have switched to the air lancet. Hurricane would put us into critical HP, thankfully it missed. Otherwise I would throw something at him. So yeah, switching to the air lancet for more consistent damage output here. I really should have healed before I stepped onto that thing. Yep. Alright. Shuriken it is. Oh, that's not enough. Woo! This should be enough. Probably. Okay, that's spooky. Let's not miss this one, please. Thank you. Alright, there's a Kotetsu sword. Of course, the middle is way easier to hit than the chest on the left and right. So this is the dragon room, or at least I call it the dragon room. There's a lot of dragons in here that are really difficult to run away from, unless you have a guaranteed runaway ability, such as smoke, flee, or exit. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, if you hide your entire team with a bar tight, you can also guaranteed run away. So those are the 4 options to have to run away reasonably simply from them. Same with yellow dragons. Yellow dragons are scary because they have a 1 in 4, or well, they can deal 25% of your maximum health in damage with their thunder attack to your entire team. And there's a rare encounter here with 2 yellow dragons. And if they back attack you, that means they can just deal half of your health in damage before you can do anything. And if you are particularly slow, they might just take out the rest of your HP too in their second turn. If you're unlucky. You need to get pretty unlucky for that, but yeah. So the way you would take out Carbuncle, by the way, is you just wait until he runs out of... Also, by the way, those are 3 blue dragons. Really good experience, but also really scary because they're really strong. The way you would take out Carbuncle is you would go ahead and just wait until he gets into his second form. Ooh. Bye. And after Carbuncle switches into his second form, he has basically no physical defense, is weak against virtually all elements, including wind, which we have wind daggers. So we would deal about 4,000 damage with 1 attack. So that would just make it pretty ridiculously insane on how much damage we can deal there. Also, there's a double lance here. So this is actually a pretty insane weapon. So it doesn't just have more attack power than the air lancet. It also attacks twice. For full attack power, there's no reduced attack damage from this thing. It's just ridiculously insanely good. For no real reason, honestly. It's just crazy. The double lance is gonna be our main weapon for actually pretty much the rest of the game, because it attacks twice. It even out-damages or out-powers a lot of weapons that technically have more attack power. I did not know that these top tier things you can stand on. Hey Zuko Blue, welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. So, and I fall down here deliberately for once, because I want this chest. Because I need all the money I can get for the Fuma Shurikens. Alright. If you want to get the Carbuncle, you need to get the top... Oh. I accidentally went to the right there, but apparently that's fine too. You need to go to the top skull there, which you go in from the right side. Alrighty, so before we encounter our friend Gilgamesh, we are going to go ahead and get 1, or actually 2 more items from here. attack from the back. This is why we are sitting in the front row, so in case of back attacks we are gonna be in the back row. Which is the only time we really take damage. So here's a Partisan, which is a decently strong Dragoon weapon and a pinwheel. So this is the Fuma Shuriken I've been talking about this entire time. Pinwheel is the fan translation name of it. It has ridiculously high attack power, like more than double that of a Shuriken, like way more than double that. And it will come in really handy against bosses that are actually pretty strong, like the upcoming one. So let me check real quick. How much experience are needed? 18,000. A bit away. I see. Good luck in Path of Exile. So, for the next boss here, I actually take on the optional boss challenge against Gilgamesh, because might as well. No real reason not to, I suppose. And he is more annoying rather than particularly dangerous for the most part. So I'm going to equip the Elf Cape and just try to burst him down via the Bone Mail. And an Air Lancet. Also, I probably should equip the Image ability so I can avoid physical attacks. Unfortunately, I get into random encounters still before I even get through. Makes sense. Alrighty, here's Gilgamesh. I think he has like 15,000 HP. Technically way more than that, but you only need to deal 15,000 damage. And this is why he's so annoying. He just used Sonic Wave on me, and now my damage is severely reduced. Like, incredibly ridiculously reduced. This is just the worst thing that can happen to you. You don't want to see that ever. And then it turned into a frog. You know what? No. If I throw as a frog, my attack power is still reduced, so I need to unfrog myself here. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw some shurikens at him, I think. No! Why? Oh, that is not... And now a strange stench has put me to sleep. Which, unless you get hit physically in this game, you never wake up. Alright, hang on. Let's do this again. This is just too annoying. Because this fight is going to take forever if I just try to continue right there. Like, we could have still won with reasonable certainty, but it's just not worth the hassle of how long it would take. As some debuff stacking, that's pretty much why he is so annoying, honestly. That's all he really does. I'm actually going for the Strength Armband, so we deal more damage. Double Lance, Air Lance. Alright, that way at least I can heal, so I don't have to worry about using Image, necessarily. So, I would like to point out that I dealt just a little bit over 500 damage per hit with having Sonic Wave on me. Now I deal almost double that, because Sonic Wave is that insane. There, we dealt 6,000 damage so far. Flash would actually be pretty bad because we would have to remove it. Hurricane is also pretty bad. Does he ever deal any direct damage aside from... He probably does. This is why I removed the bone mail. So that's 9,000. 2 more attacks and he would be done. But he's faster than a ninja, by the way. He's crazy like that. And puts us to sleep, which literally having image up is worse than not. Oh, we're dead. Wow. Reminds me, I actually wanted to increase the death counter here. Because you don't wake up from sleep in this game until you get physically hit. So if the enemy actually only uses ever spells or similar attacks, you're just straight up dead. I need to rearrange my equipment items and items overall, just so I get this different encounters here. And yeah, that's a good one. Lord Nightmares, I do agree with it. Definitely great music. I'd like to point out we didn't even block a single attack either, so that doesn't help. But then again, if you're asleep you can't block, so... kind of a moot point. But yeah, he can be dangerous. He just isn't, usually. Okay, switching to the Guardian Dagger here. Because there's no reason to keep 2 attack weapons if I need to use an item anyways to remove the status effect. Oh, we're just straight up dead again. There is no defense against him putting us to sleep. Honestly, ignoring Gilgamesh in this one run is easier because we would have no trouble dealing with Necrophobe whatsoever. Necrophobe is easy in comparison to this guy here. I'm going to go ahead and sit in the back row and just throw stuff at him now. See how that's going to go. Oh, did I equip throw? Ah, I accidentally equipped throw. That's not what I had in mind at all. Actually kinda bad if he uses Hurricane on me in time. Using Nappy Sword is not really worthwhile. Oh. We are not technically dead yet. What we can do is we can try to get a Jitterbug do it via a dancing dagger here. This is why I got the Guardian Dagger. Wrong one. I mean, it's a good theory, Lord Nightmare. I like it. By the way, the problem is if I don't get... Like, I can dodge forever here. But at some point he will... Oh, nice. Transform into his second form. And the problem with that one is that he almost guaranteed hits with his second form attacks. Like, they don't deal much damage. They're not supposed to be dangerous or threatening. But the problem is they very much are if you don't have much HP left. We're not actually through yet. Because he gets like 4 turns in a row. Right here, and we have to block all of them. Oh, this is not good. We need a jitterbug do it here. And blocks. Oh, Sonic Wave here. That's just mean-spirited. Like, we can technically survive this, but we had to get a jitterbug do it here, I think. Unless we block all the attacks. Ferris is fighting. But not fighting enough. Yeah, we just get the Excalibur kill. Which, the Excalibur, it's supposed to be, oh no, what is this weapon? It does no damage. But if you have no HP, then a little bit of damage is basically all it needs to kill you, really. Strength, health cape. I should have equipped the ability first for image. If I just had image equipped, they would have won right there. That's the worst part about it, honestly. Because I derped and equipped throw twice. Well, there goes our low def run right there. It was like Gilgamesh hit you so hard he knocked you off of Twitch. Yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, we're in the front row still. And we are sleeping now. Thank you for waking me up. Which, by the way, you lose your entire ATB whenever that happens. Stop! It really doesn't help that he is way faster than you are. And if you want to throw, you have to remove this thing first. Well, unless you throw with the scrolls. The scrolls actually still deal the same damage, but it's not nearly as much damage as throwing the other stuff. Well, there goes my damage. Oh my goodness. If I die once more, I'm just gonna skip him. And we're confused. We would be anyways, because we have the bone mill glitch, we, well, aren't. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore this guy. He is way more hassle than it's worth. Alright, Gilgamesh wins this round. We can actually just alternate, try X-Def, try Gilgamesh, try X-Def, try Gilgamesh. I think that would be a fair solution here. Alrighty, so we absolutely want image, we absolutely want to sit in the back row here. We use a wall ring, no questions asked. We use a strength armor just so we have defense and can heal. And this is gonna be more interesting. So alrighty, X-Death. He has a 1 in 3 chance to not kill us on the first turn. And a 2 in 3 chance to put a ticking clock of doom over our head that will kill us after 30 time units. Whatever that means. It's not seconds. It's like whatever in-game time it is. And, well, there it is. So at least we can now start testing out how much damage we can deal with throw and such, because this guy here we pull no stops. I will do the strongest stuff we have in order to deal 16,000 damage to him. That's the entire goal. We need to deal 16,000 damage and some change to him in order to, well, push him over the limit, so to speak. Once we manage to throw or, well, push him over the threshold, he will start attacking twice per turn, but half the time he will use spells that we can just reflect. And as a ninja, we are so strong that we can actually get him to this phase before the timer really runs low. Even if we get timed out. If we actually grinded a bunch more, we would be able to even kill him before, or potentially kill him before he actually kills us here. So that's interesting. Alright, let me actually tally up the amount of deaths real quick. So we have 13 right now, 12 was Gilgamesh. So that is 5 deaths on Gilgamesh, 1 on X-Death. Alright, as I said, I'm just gonna alternate between attacking this guy and then attacking the other guy. Until we win one way or another. So, image, strength armor. There's no reason to not just equip the Guardian Dagger if I'm just throwing stuff at him. Alright. 1. 2. You know what I should do? I should unequip the double lance. No, don't throw the double! We can buy another one. I didn't realize it would set my menu to be over there and items too. I wanted that double lens. We don't need it. I should reset. Yeah, we win. Once he goes into the dialogue and we have enough HP, he only has 2 more chances to use a hurricane and put us to sleep in order to kill us effectively. But yeah, I really did not want to throw that double lance. But then again, it'll be fine overall. Now Ferris is blocking everything as a frog. Didn't even get hit once. That's not true, there was one image that was gone. Ah, the double lance is even crazy good with the chicken knife, because it allows you to prevent the chicken knife bleed procs. One of its biggest features, well, quote-unquote features, probably not intended. On the bright side, we get the Excalibur, which is actually quite interesting. Because the Excalibur is a weapon that, if you equip it, it deals always exactly 1 damage. And you might think, 1 damage? That's not enough for anything at all. And you would be kind of right. Except that when you throw the Excalibur, it actually deals pretty much full damage. And that's the funny part about it. Throwing the Excalibur deals as much damage as it advertises. So it's about one of the strongest. It's just slightly weaker than a Fuma Shuriken to throw it. Did someone say my name? Not quite, XF. Yeah, Goblin Punch would work too. Alrighty, so we need Image, kinda like before. We need the Guardian Dagger. We want the Strength Armor so we can heal ourselves, and the Wolverine to reflect spells. So as we've learned... Actually I want the Dancing Dagger just for the agility. As we have learned... Also, back row? Back row. We actually have no trouble pushing Xdeath into phase 2 because the Fuma Shuriken and the other thing just deals so much damage. As long as he does not do his attack that just, well, is effectively our death at the very beginning, we will win. That's the short version here. Oh, and he didn't. Nice. So we use Image to block physical attacks. Like Vacuum Wave, which is, well, hits like a truck. And then we throw stuff at him. Pinwheel. For about almost 8,000 damage, which is not quite half of what we need. Then next we throw the aforementioned Excalibur at him once again. That thing is really good. Alright, we are about not quite 14,000 damage. Good block, Ferris. So it's just a little bit more to push him over the threshold. Alrighty, so he should be in phase 2 now, where he attacks twice per turn, and he has a decently high chance to use level 3 spells. So normally his regular AI script goes for approximately 10 turns, and then he comes back to the previous one, where you effectively have to pray that he does the 1 in 3 just physical attack rather than, well, using the Doom spell. But now that we have effectively eliminated that threat entirely by switching into the second phase, we can just lean back and use Image until we win, effectively. There's absolutely no way for us to lose, because the only thing he can do is level 3 spells, which normally hit pretty hard, honestly. He has a lot of magic defense. And also, well, Vacuum Wave, which hits pretty hard, as well as physical attacks, which hit pretty hard. But thanks to Image, we pretty much have no trouble. Blue mages generally have better things to do than Goblin Punching. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Goblin Punching setting up can be a lot of fun. A level 33 blue mage against Xdeath is actually a lot of fun if you manage to Dark Spark him, because then you can also just Goblin Punch him rather easily. Oh wow. Almagus is now raiding with a party of 201. Hello, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everybody. We are just about to defeat Xdeath, which was a lot easier than Gilgamesh. We got him second try right here, because it's virtually impossible to lose now. Whereas Gilgamesh killed us 5 times. Just saying. Either way, welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I know Almagus was playing Final Fantasy Tactics Randomizer, a special kind of seed apparently. And I hope that was a lot of fun and went well. Welcome everybody, we're currently playing Final Fantasy 5 Solo Character Challenge with just a solo little ninja. And this solo ninja is called Ferris. And Ferris is doing pretty well overall. We're just waiting until we defeat this guy. We could just throw some more stuff at him, but it's not really necessary. Because he will eventually kill himself. But hey, he'll have a shuriken. He was great. Nice. Did you manage to finish the entire thing? And yes, actually make sure to follow Almagus for generally a lot of pretty interesting content. It's actually just parallel to my stream, you could say. In a weird kind of way. I'm not sure that makes sense, but retro games, really good gameplay. He's really good at stuff. Like Lufia, Ancient Cave, as in Lufia 2. Can recommend. Make sure to check him out. Not a lot left, I see. And you got a link to Almagus stream? HTTP Almagus. But I don't, if you want a link for the Final Fantasy Tactics Randomizer, I don't know where that is. You would need to, well, somebody else would need to link that. I use bad words though. I guess that is a concern maybe for some people. It's nothing bad, but it's just more than the 0 that I tend to use. Just a heads up, I suppose. Alrighty, second try on X-Death. Which was easy enough. So, we managed to get through the entirety of World 2, and I accidentally threw away the double lance just earlier in the Gilgamesh fight. And of course that's the one time I end up winning. So we don't have a double lance until, well, I get back to Mirage Village. How am I going to deal with Antlion? For this I have set up, or I bought the sleep spell. So basically, Antlion is not a particularly difficult boss if you manage to defeat both Gilgamesh and X-Death beforehand. Like, he can be annoying, but that's kind of the most he is. He's significantly less dangerous than Gilgamesh, and has a quarter of the HP compared to X-Death. So what I do against Antlion is I just allow myself to use whatever it needs for a level 1 and a level 2 character to get past. Which means I'm going to turn one of my characters into a Mystic Knight to put the Antlion to sleep, and I'm going to turn one of my characters into a Dancer in order to keep him asleep. And still defeat him eventually. That's the idea. Imagine doing a solo run with Lena. Yeah. Would be kinda difficult to do that to an extent. You effectively would have to get somehow through the pyramid with local characters, which I guess isn't that terrible. Since you can technically avoid all the fights. That's not true, you need to still deal with the mummies somehow, which you can just use Phoenix Stones. But you also have to somehow get past Merijin, which is probably the bigger challenge in a lot of cases. Then again, you can put her to sleep and then just break a bunch of fire rods, I suppose. So it's not that he couldn't do it, but you would actually kind of be missing out on a few interesting parts for Solo Cactus. That would be fun. I don't really expect anybody to do that though. Plus, it would need to be quote-unquote soon, because we'll probably finish the remainder of the solo challenges within a year, I would say. Like 2020, I will probably have them all done. Because the biggest hurdles at this point are Berserker and Thief. Berserker, obviously the biggest one. Thief, not that far behind, because Berserker is just a lot of running back and forth. But Thief actually will face quite a few intriguing challenges. Have I started my circuit right? No, I will do that after the games done, or classic games done, or redone quick or something. I don't actually know what it's called. Basically after I did the Secret of Mana marathon thing. CGDQ redone, so classic games done quick redone is the name of the Discord channel there is. I will start after that. I haven't exactly planned on when and how for the format. I will probably try to figure out stuff tomorrow while I'm in the car, just driving to my relatives and grandfather to just visit them. Alrighty, so okay, we have a Mystic Knight, and I want a Guardian Knacker for you, and I want, actually you don't need anything else really, just the highest chance to block. That's not true. Off-keep would be nice, but we can give this to you. Actually, let me check real quick. I did buy, yeah, okay, I did buy sleep. That would have been awkward if I didn't. You're gonna be a dancer. You're gonna get a strength armor, an elf cape, and bandana is fine. Air lancet is also quite alright. Alrighty. So this is myself for defeating Antlion with level 1 and a level 2 character. The way this effectively works is a Mystic Knight's special ability is being able to, well, enchant their blades with elements or status effects. And when you hit an enemy with said element or status effect, you literally never miss. Or, well, as long as an enemy is susceptible to that status effect, they will get affected by it if you do not miss the attack physically. Level cutter won't have any effect on them. Nope. Not at all. Alright. Blocked. Very good. So we need to go the Sleep Sword. So that's the setup phase. Now we just need to hit him once with Kara and we will effectively just win right there. Alright, we win. Oh, or not. I guess you can miss. And Sword Dance doesn't deal a whole lot of damage, so this thing has about 8100 HP. Or something like that. Please stop missing, Kara. I would like to point out that daggers have a... Ignore 50% of the enemy evasion. So yeah, it's kind of unusual to miss here. So, putting her to sleep. Or... That's not quite the sleep I had in mind, but that works. And then we just wait until Butts finishes off the ant line there. Because unless you physically attack with regular physical attacks, you will not actually wake up the ant line. And I choose a dancer because that's kind of the only character who has an attack alongside the geomancer that just deals damage, but doesn't wake up the ant line and does not cost MP. Which is kind of one of the bigger aspects of it. Because we're so low level, they have like 6 MP. So they wouldn't be able to do much other than... Well, just dance. Just dance. Alright, I'm going to take that opportunity once again. Just get up, stretch, and walk around for a short while. And be right back. Oh yeah, Monk Kicks I suppose would work too. I never even thought about that. It's definitely better than Geomancer, because Geomancer you get exactly only Ignition or Ignatus here, and you don't deal much damage with that. Alrighty, I'm back. Geomancer abilities do scale off of attack power, but because level 1, you don't deal a whole lot of damage. And yeah, you would only get specifically the weakest of the attacks from the Geomancer, because you are only level 1 or 2. Can't get much worse than how Geo is in the SNES version. Honestly, Geomancer is quite fine in a party setting. As a solo character, not so much. But being able to just equip terrain on a random character if you don't know what else to do with their ability slot, like let's say you have a white mage and something like that, might as well just give them terrain. It's an easy to acquire ability with only very little requirement. And yeah, it's actually really crazy good against the final boss. Well, not as good as other things, but for it literally not costing anything, it's actually pretty solid. Everything a Geo can do, a mage can do better. Almost always, yes. There we go. Alrighty. Sandworm down. Sandworm? Sure, it's a sandworm now. Oh, empty. Revive Kara real quick, just to... Actually, turn you back into a freelancer here. You get Mithril Knife. And you also into freelancer again. And give you also Mithril Knife. Okay. That's not a great skill set. No, honestly, I think the best thing a Geomancer can do is provide you with a really easily accessible ability that scales well with magic power and is decently alright for most random encounters and even some boss fights. Like, when I mean it's really easily accessible, it literally only costs you just a few ability points. That's what I mean with that. For black magic, summon magic, time magic, white magic, all of these you have to actually invest quite a lot of ability points in order for them to get the full benefit. But for terrain, you immediately get it effectively. But yeah, it's actually mostly only relevant for like 4-job fiestas. 4-job fiesta is where the Geomancer can be most worthwhile, I feel, in compared to any other setting. Welcome back, Ferris. Let me equip you with stuff. Oh yeah, we don't... I don't have the double fence anymore. Oh my goodness. Ah, I'm such a derp. Such a dummy. Nice. Right. Let's go. This is on a Naruto run. Something like that. So yeah, welcome to you Jack Money and welcome to you Lemon Drop Echo. Hope you both have a nice day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it might be. Squish. I think those potatoes might have been a little moldy already if they squished that easily. Then again, Rabbi probably doesn't care. Or they might have been cooked already. To the void. Go go Power Rangers. The food box the void. You can make it so if you put the food box into the food box, generates an interesting effect. Uh-oh. That one works too. Hey Drumbo, welcome. How are you doing? I might actually go for a little bit of overkill leveling, like more than I feel like we need to, just so I manage to be more consistent and actually finishing the remainder here. Oh, not throw, I meant to go with smoke. Because I really want to finish this today. A large portion of as to why is because I want to prepare for the Berserker. And it's kind of awkward if I want to change up the scene here, but I still need to, well, keep the ninja online, so to speak. Another part is, I really want to get this done sooner rather than later too, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Ninja is neat, I like it. It's definitely a nice change of pace from a few previous runs. And hey Shiva, welcome. I probably wouldn't get to play it until like next year anyways, to be honest, but I appreciate it. Welcome, hope you're doing well. Alrighty, let's grab the chicken knife. I'm actually curious how powered up it is. Probably not particularly much, because we killed a lot of stuff along the way. So we'll see. Chicken knife. Chicken just... Hello, good evening. Take care. Thank you for dropping by. So chicken knife is a very, very special weapon for a multitude of reasons. It has a pretty crazy attack power. It can go up to attack 127, which is insane. On top of that, it powers up every time I run away from an encounter by half an attack power, meaning we are at the 101 right now. In order to get to 26 more, we need to run 52 more times from an encounter to power it up to full power. Further, if you attack normally with it, with just a regular attack, you have a 1 in 4 chance to flee from the encounter, which is not a good thing if you are in the boss fight and you actually want to hit. However, we do have a way around that as a ninja, curiously enough. I'm actually not gonna power up the chicken knife right here, we can do this a bit later. And the other part is that the chicken knife also, on top of that, scales with both strength and agility to the same extent. That is kind of what the normal dagger formula is supposed to be, pretty much, but it's probably a bug, they probably messed up, something like that. Either way, they don't normally. These things have 5000 HP, and my goal is to attack both of them once. I probably should have selected image here. And we can't run, so this is a problem because we don't attack. And we take a load of damage here. Thank you for dodging sometimes. Also, we can go ahead and equip the Guardian Dagger here. There's another Guardian Dagger I could have picked up in Mua, but apparently it doesn't stack. The Guardian Dagger evasion, that is. I need to heal up here a little bit. So my goal is to bring them both to relatively low HP, so we can subsequently just kill them both at the same time. So the problem about the gargoyles is that they effectively revive each other on their turn whenever one of them dies. So of course that's not exactly ideal if you actually want to defeat them. On I think every third or fourth turn, they have a chance to use fusion, which heals their partner for full HP and MP, which is funny because they do not even... Where is it? Which is funny because they don't necessarily even target their other ally, they might target themselves with that. Meaning they don't actually heal the other character at all. Oh, that's a chicken knife. Oh, I already have it. Nope. I need the air lancers. Alright. So the idea is now that I will move into the back row. Fairies, why don't you defend? I would like to move into the back row. By the way, chicken knife also gives +5 agility, which is really neat. Definitely wanted to have image here. And it used fusion. So, if we are lucky, this guy does not have enough HP to survive this. Unfortunately, we're not that lucky, so he actually did target the correct person, ally thing. Both of them are just attacked. I'm actually slightly faster than them, so what I can do as well is I can attack this guy, and then attack the other guy before he can revive his buddy. So this is another way of defeating them. Slightly less consistent, but oh well. We managed to get through. A bit spookier than it needed to be. And yeah, Ninja uses a very special method of overriding the chicken knife's flea proc, but I threw that away by accident, so yeah, because I'm a derp. Either way, I will want to grab as much money in here as possible, because I will need it in order to buy as many Fuma Shurikens as possible. Also, pretty much all encounters in here are considered undead. They don't have as much HP as I deal damage, but as mentioned before, I have a 1 in 4 chance to not attack. You cannot run away from these encounters in particular, but you can run away from pretty much everything else in the pyramid that is not visible on the overworld, that is. So we pick up this chest on the left, which... hang on. I want to be in the back row before I do this. Because what I will want to do is I want to throw 2 flame scrolls. So these things are about 2000 HP. Ooh, I thought they were weak against fire, they're not. They hit pretty hard for how relatively simple they are as enemies. They are undead, so there's that. And with just 1 more flame scroll we will be able to take them out. Wow. Varus is dodging like a champion, only got hit once. But the reason why I defeat them is because in this chest there is a flame shield, which is worth, I think it was 20,000 gold, might be 15,000. Either way, it's really nice to get that one. Hey green fireballs, welcome! Welcome back actually in that case. How are you doing? How's it going? So, there is this machine thing is running around. I would preferably not have to deal with them, if I can at all just, like, manage. So the way they engage you in combat is by, well, you facing them. So as long as I look at the wall, they will not really know that, hey, I'm supposed to fight you. Also, I can walk across the spikes if I want to, but I kind of moved myself into a corner here. That was not the most clever thing I could do. So these things are mildly scary, and I want to try and take them out as quick as possible. Surge Beam is exactly the reason why they are so scary. So Surge Beam is the exact same thing that Soul Cannon uses, which is 50% of your maximum health in damage. I don't know how frequently they can use it, but yeah, it's very unpleasant. In the speedrun, you just keep resetting the room until you get a pattern that lets you through. I see. I have no idea how to reliably judge a pattern that lets you through. I might be able to sneak by here. There's no random encounters in here, only the machine dudes. The other chest also contains an elixir. The chest on the left contains a white robe, if I'm not mistaken. And hey, I made it through, so that's nice. I do want to get my Guardian dagger because these guys hit pretty hard. So those mummies are actually kind of scary if you don't kill them all at the same time. They have something called Dance of the Dead if they are alone, and Dance of the Dead will turn a random character into an undead. That can include, well, fairies in this case. So instead of killing them off one by one, we just kill them all at the same time, which is thankfully pretty easy thanks to having scrolls. At least in GBA you have 4 times stories, just hoping 2 of them one-way walk. 1 turn 2. I see, that makes sense. So I wanna go back into the front road just in case I get back attacked. There's more chests in here, but for the most part they are just encounters in there that I don't have an easy way to take out. Such as over here. If you push the button on the right, by the way, it will just push you into the hole. Also, the chests on the left contain encounters as well as contain dark matters. I don't care about dark matters because I'm not a chemist. Or a cannoneer for that matter. So, those encounters against these cursed ones can actually be really lucrative if you have an easy way to kill them. Like, for example, if you are a bard, you can absolutely demolish them with Requiem. You can wreck them with Requiem. Haha, that's an old one. So because the Fuma Shurikens, or well, pinwheels, are going to be really crazy expensive, I want to pick up as many items as I can to, well, get as much money as possible. Chest on the right contains more dark matters. Don't care about them. This is a Guardian ring. I actually really like Guardian rings overall. They give you a decent amount of defense as well as permanent regeneration status effect. I really like having a regeneration in this game. It's pretty awesome. But unfortunately, the Guardian rings come so late into the game that they are very quickly overshadowed by haste boots, as well as the more useful in this month's next scenario coming up. Flame ring again. After the next boss, we will be finally pretty much into the last section of the game, where we will power up or get quite a significant power spike again. This goes California into the sea. No, that's actually Bahamut lifting off. Well, I suppose that could have been whatever was on top of Bahamut is gone. We just need to reach our boat. Oh, wait. One more step. Alrighty, so here we set up for the next boss, which we want to use the flame ring. Flame ring is fine. Chicken knife, air lancet. Actually, no. Guardian dagger initially, at least. Front row is fine. Okay. So the next boss is going to be Merugene. Merugene has 20,000 health and is initially weak to fire, so we can take advantage of that, but even though she's weak to fire, our chicken knife will probably deal more damage anyways. She has really high physical defense, but still we will probably be able to punch through it with the chicken knife. I say probably because I'm not sure. It is really high physical defense, even though she really doesn't look like it. Merugene has 4 different forms. One is weak to fire, one is weak to ice, one is weak to lightning. She never uses the corresponding element in the form that she is weak to. Like, if she's weak to ice, she will never cast ice spells, etc. She always starts out being weak to fire. She also has a 4th form that is quote-unquote weak to fire. Weak to physical attack, excuse me. And you can potentially take advantage of that. But it's pretty much random what she goes in, as in which form she goes into next. So we will never really know what it is. We can somewhat determine it a little bit, as in which form she is in next, by which spell she doesn't use, but that's about it. Rolls will be better to start, yeah, because especially since in the beginning we know what she is weak to. So I think scrolls is the way to go. Also, I forgot to equip image. She actually occasionally attacks physically as well. Not that frequent, but she does. So, turn 4, 5 and 6 she has a 1 in 3 chance to barrier change, and turn 7, 8 and 9 she has a 2 in 3 chance to barrier change. Well, the first 3 turns actually she did nothing so far. Wow. Alright. She decides to just sleep, I suppose, which by the way, she is susceptible to sleep. Ice Trade, we are immune to that thanks to our ring. Alrighty, so, now, what is her next weakness? I don't really know. Ow. This is why you want damage. Yeah. 500 damage is not a whole lot, as you might be able to tell. But there's not really a good way for me to know what she is weak to. Chances are she is not weak to fire right now, because I don't think she resets her AI script. Yeah, she used fire for the barrier change, so that means I think she was weak to ice. Okay, still not weak to physicals. Is she naked? No, there's clearly some stuff around her. But yeah, I do believe this got a little bit toned down in the Game Boy Advance version, if I'm not mistaken. Not as much as you might think though. Trying to get sword dances for this one here. She's probably weak to lightning right now. fire. 3, thank you for the heal. That's why we equipped the flame ring. Just gonna wait to see what she does next. You could also just start throwing stuff. I don't think she ever resists water per se. Oh, that's not... I was wrong. She does resist water. Water is such an unusual element. How about a shuriken? Shurikens at this point are not really worthwhile anymore, you could say. To throw anyways. I don't want to risk healing her, it's the main thing. She hasn't used lightning so far, so I'm pretty... Oh, by the way, she can be confused. Fun fact. She hasn't used lightning so far, so I'm pretty sure she is in the lightning weak phase at this point. Thank you for the heal. Barrier change via fire. It was the same as before. Barrier change immediately again, so that was probably... Wait. I forget what she barrier changed for. Either way, let's see. Gonna use an air lancet here. Still not the physically weak form. Pretty sure confusing messes up her script. It might. I was actually kind of wondering what it would do. Scourga, thank you. Thank you so much for 6 months of support. Welcome back. Glad you enjoy your stay for half a year now. Thank you, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's right, she's immune to wind, isn't she? So that's a bad idea. She's a Kodachi. So right now she has no physical defense, which is why she takes so much damage. And it's kind of convenient if she just stays like this, that way we will actually be able to finish her off rather easily. So, and now we have completed our collection of bodies again, I mean friends that are sleeping. And we will finally be able to continue on. No, the direction she moves in does not mean anything. It's completely random. Alrighty. They're not dead, they haven't blinked out of existence. I mean, yeah. That is true. Alrighty, so we can now finally go back and buy another Twinlands, because I derped them through the other one away. So, the special thing about the Twinlands, as already mentioned before, is that it attacks twice. So the attack twice is actually kind of like a proc from, let's say, the Dancing Dagger. A Dancing Dagger has a 50% chance to attack twice. However, the Twinlands has a 100%... no. The Dancing Dagger has a 50% chance to proc the dance move instead of regular attacks. The Twinlands has a 100% chance to attack twice instead of once. So it's effectively a proc, which means that any other proc from any other weapon can actually not occur at the same time. What that means is that we can, as a matter of fact, just equip the Twinlands in the first hand, so it will always proc its effect for attacking twice, and the chicken knife can never proc its flee effect. So it's really handy to guarantee attacking with the chicken knife, which is way better than most other characters can hope for. Alrighty. Doo-doo. So first of all, we just arrived in Mirage Village, which is where we get our final set of equipment, pretty much. So the main thing that we absolutely 100% want every single time is the haste shoes. They are just so insanely good that they are effectively not replaceable. So we just sell anything that we don't really need at this point anymore. And even the ice brand, we have better things to throw once we get stuff to throw anyways. Morningstar, episodes, we bought too many I suppose. Flame shields, yeah, I'm not going for the Twin Towers. Diamond shield, air blade, not even worth much. Flame sword, keep the dancing dagger. Guard ring, ice shield, wall ring, might be useful. Kotetsu, we sell. Stealth rope, we don't need any more. Gold hairpins, we sell both of them. Then we don't need the dark matter, just clogs up our inventory. We don't really have a use for the kunais anymore. Like, they are nice for the initial +1 agility. But we have a chicken knife now and a guardian dagger, so chicken knife is +5 agility. It's usually just strictly better. Usually. Maybe not always. I don't see the use of air lances anymore, at least not 2, maybe 1. And that's pretty much most of the things. We don't need turtle shells, I suppose. That one for now. Alrighty, so we want 1 running shoes. Running shoes are just too insanely good to ever not have. They grant you permanent haste, immunity to sleep, paralyze, stop and slow. So it's the most insane status effect with immunity against the most insane debuffs. So it's just insanely good. Dark Hood gives you agility and strength. It's not as good as the bandana from a pure attack power perspective, but it's actually not much worse because agility is really nice to have and it's pretty solid defense. Similar with the Dark Robe right here. Very similar actually. So, Dark Hood has +2 agility actually, which is for the purposes of throwing, as well as the chicken knife, actually only 1 stat worse than the bandana. Alright. And it's also a fair bit more defense, so it really helps. Then next up, we want to go and shop for the Twin Lance, as mentioned before. Hey, the Maddox, thank you for the good luck. I can use it, thank you. So conveniently place yourself /north of the village, yeah. But casually you will pretty much not really know that that's even a thing. Like, you have no idea that Mirage Village is there the first time through. You only learn that way later. I'll come back here later. But this is where also we'll want to stock up on probably a few scrolls. Also the Thief's Knife, with that we can steal some items. Not going for the Sasuke dagger. I guess I could use that instead of the Guardian dagger, but I wouldn't guess there's much of a difference. Actually, does Guardian... I know, actually, Guardian Dagger... Does Guardian's Dagger and the Sasuke's Dagger stack? That's the biggest question I have. I mean, I will go to grab some additional items, but not necessarily right now. So, here we can buy pinwheels, which are most insanely powerful things, and a double lance, which I accidentally sold. So, pinwheels. Nice. Alright, before I do this, just buying a few more water scrolls, because we're gonna be grinding for a while. I don't think I will use that many flamer water scrolls. Alright, this is 7 pinwheels. So normally, the remaining money that we have on the cactus gets spent on elixirs. Ninja was so strong we have used barely any. And we don't really have much of a trouble with surviving for the most part. But the pinwheel is just crazy powerful. Alright, next up we go ahead and grab our magic lamp. Sometimes I like to take on the challenge of not using the magic lamp on the final encounter with Xdeath, because might as well. However, unfortunately the ninja does not have a particularly good way of dealing with the final form without having the magic lamp, so I think it would just be silly to, well, not use it, honestly. So I will be using it. Like, you have no guaranteed... The main problem really is that you have no guaranteed way of defending against... I think it's Delta Attack? I forget what it's called. Basically, it's an attack that guarantees petrifies and never misses. So unless you have a way to be immune against petrification, it's just not realistic to, well, not instantly kill it. Alrighty, either way, this is a pretty unusual weapon here, Sasuke's Katana, which has a 1 in 4 chance to block attacks like the Guardian Dagger, and also a significantly better attack power, as you might expect. So these are actually kind of nice. It's also called Hardened Dagger in here. It also gives you +1 agility, so it's more or less strictly better than the Guardian Dagger, you could say. The next weapon here, of course, is the Assassin Dagger. The Assassin Dagger is nice because it has a 1 in 4 chance to instantly kill an enemy. So yeah. Next up, we also have the choice of any of the other weapons. So aside from those 2 that I just picked up, we cannot really equip any. But, so we just picked the highest base power weapon, which is the Excalibur here, which we can actually throw. Some other weapons are worth 5,000 gold, some other weapons are worth 10,000 gold, but throwing the Excalibur probably just makes the most sense. And that's that. Yeah, I actually did not realize that the Sasuke's Katana, or well, Hardened Dagger as it is called here, has a chance to... or gives +1 agility, so it is just strictly better. Not much better, but it is better. So, next up, in case you were wondering what this enemy encounter in here was, Xdeath's Soul, I actually have no idea what the story behind this is, but if you defeat it, it's undead by the way, you always get a dark matter drop from it. It's kind of tough to take out, but if you get like Apollo's Harp, which deals 8 times damage against undead, or the Sage's Staff, which also deals 8 times damage against undead, it's actually not too difficult to take out. It does have various attacks that can be instant death, But if you have a bone meal equipped, you're pretty much immune against those. Bonus points if you finish Ned with Excalibur throw for Greg. I'd rather use scrolls in order to kill both parts at the same time, to be honest. But we may keep it in case I miscalculate. Alright, over here we get the magic lamp. The magic lamp is an item you can use in combat, and it will cast the strongest possible summon, well, in the list anyways, and then goes through the list downwards to the weaker summons. So it starts with Bahamut, and it also scales with your magic power, so can deal a lot of damage. But then again, the main reason why we pick up the magic lamp in the first place is because it gives us plus the third summon is always going to be Odin, who is always going to attempt to instantly kill an enemy. And that is incredibly handy in order to take out, well, various enemies. Also, I do believe we can actually equip the Mirage Vest, so I might as well just make a quick trip around the world. Should have gone the other way around, would have been more efficient, but oh well. To Ganondorf? No, not over here. So what I'm doing right here is actually an optional mini side quest, where if you ride once around the entire world on a Chocobo, on a yellow Chocobo to be specific, you will get the Mirage Vest. The Mirage Vest is a special piece of armor that doesn't have any stats, but it gives you one charge of image just at the beginning of battle, which is actually very nice if you get into back attacks and such. It's not really going to be something I will be using as an item against bosses, I don't think. At least if I remember to remove it, that is. But it's not too bad. Plus, there's actually a minor glitch you could use with the Mirage Vest, where if you change any items around in your inventory in combat, it will refresh the effect of the Mirage Vest, so you get your image charge again, rather than just once per battle. And sometimes I do tend to use minor glitches in my solo Cactus Challenge runs, sometimes I avoid them, it really depends. I'm actually strongly considering using the Bone Mail extension, I don't know what you want to call it, thing where if you have the Bone Mail equipped and complete the battle with it, and then unequip the Bone Mail in the menu, and get into the next battle, you actually still have the effect of the Bone Mail, meaning you are immune to confusion, you're immune to berserk, you're immune to instant deaths, etc. So it's actually really, really good for avoiding status effects. I'm considering using that today, not because the ninja needs it, but because I want to get this run done within a reasonable amount of time. I say reasonable amount of time, but we are already really, really fast compared to any other character. What I mean is, right now is the 23rd of December, and I want to prepare for the Berserker as soon as I can. And I just feel like I want to finish the ninja run for that to be reasonably doable. Well, that's not entirely true. I can prepare stuff. Whatever. I think you get the idea. What else? Why did I come back in here? Oh yeah, Mirage Vest. By the way, if you enter the Void, the guy is going to be gone from here. That gives you the Mirage Vest if you walk around the world with a Chocobo. So if you accidentally fly into the Void and immediately get back out, this guy's no longer here. Don't know why. And yeah, Pass is incredibly unlikely to work. First it has to target the correct part, which is, at best, a 1 in 3. At worst, a 1 in 6. And likely it's a 1 in 5, because you would kill one of the parts with Odin. Then it's 2 dummy parts and 3 other parts. So it's a 1 in 5 to land with Quadruplopus. And then it has really high magic evasion that is, well, checked out against your level. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much accurate. The only petrification that you can reliably use against the Almagus part is the Break Blade from a Mystic Knight. It's not too bad if you just specifically use Break as a Black Mage spell. Like, you have an okay chance to succeed if you just try like 5, 10, 20 times. But it's not reliable. Alrighty, we got the Mirage Vest. I will use that for grinding here. And the running shoes, hardened dagger, front row, and then here we are. This is my grinding spot. Once again, so the main reason why I want to grind right now is because I will want to get a total of about just over 3000 HP. Ooh, those are not super effective. I thought they would be going to be super effective. I was wrong. Still go 3 times before they go once. But this is not a good place to grind as a result, honestly. 4 times heal. I thought they would be weak against water. What would be a good place to grind then? Wolf Village has enemies weak to fire. How strong are they? I actually don't think I've ever checked that. Let's see. I imagine you mine in the forest here. This water/desert weakness is so inconsistent. It is. Bloom Widow. I guess not these ones in particular, being weak to fire. Ow. But those are definitely different enemies than I expected. 3300 experience, not bad. There are snails here. Okay. So I just run away from these. I need to power up the chicken knife anyway, so that's fine. You don't look like snails. I was thinking of maybe going... Oh, hi. You're weak to fire? You are weak to fire. Nice. I actually had no idea they were weak to fire. And they give 4400 experience. That's a lot. Wow. Thank you, Magus. I had no idea about this one. Looks like it would be potentially consistent enough. Plus, I want to be here anyways in order to get float in a moment here. Actually, I'm just gonna go and grab float real quick. While I'm here anyways. Wonder whether they might be weak to something else, those Gloom Widows. They might be, but I might not have access to it. Let's try water. Oh. Ha! They're weak to water. That's unusual. That's why you are here. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, I'm going in here real quick, because I will want to go ahead and get float from these enemies here. That reminds me, I probably don't want to have the chicken knife equipped for that point. Spooders don't like water. Strange. I had no idea there were more enemies that are weak to water. Water is such an unusual element. Hi, you're the wrong guy, but have a phoenix stone. I said, have a phoenix stone. I said, have a phoenix stone, please. There we go. So what I'm looking for is the encounter with the little birdie. And then I have a 1 in 8 chance to confuse it. This one. That's not what I'm looking for. Politeness works indeed. And take care, Risalizer. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the good luck. Alright, 1 in 8. Nope. They have so little HP, they're not going to survive against that. Sometimes I go all the way over to the bridge, just because there's encounters with 2 birds. Nope. Sword dances now when we don't want them. So unfortunately, this is kind of my best opportunity to get float. The other alternative would be getting float from one of the stingrays. What are they called? The ones that cast Mighty Guard on you, if you confuse them. At least they wouldn't die to it, but it would take quite a while potentially to get into an encounter with them. So, the birds actually don't have enough HP, don't have enough MP to give you float initially when you meet them. So now that I have float, I will never want to use a cabin or a tent anymore, or even the pot, because otherwise the float status will be gone. Stingray. That sounds about right. Yeah, that would be another option of getting float, especially for your entire party. The main reason why I want to have float is because one boss is super easy to cheese with that. So here we throw 1 flame scroll. Wow, that guy died. And the water scroll. Nice. That works really well here. Very nice. So let's see, how much vitality do we have? 29. Putting that number into my calculator real quick. So with 29 vitality, in order to have just over 3000 HP, we want to be, at the very least, level 54. Also a little bit more magic power would do the trick to one-shot these guys. Interesting. What if I... oh. Right, I don't have the coronet anymore. I could technically get a Mage Master for 1 more magic power. But yeah, I never knew about this place. This is really, really good for a ninja. Ninja, indeed. Welcome to you, Ash. I hope you have a nice day so far. Wow. 1-step encounter. Hey, what are these? Not weak to thunder. Not weak to water. Oh, that's not nice. I think I still have the chicken knife equipped. Okay, I don't. That's good. So this would be a problem if I had the chicken knife still equipped. Because I would softlock the game if Fairies actually proc the chicken knife right here. Gonna go with the hardened dagger. Looks like they have about 1,700 HP. What level are we? 47, so 7 more levels. At minimum. I might go for like 2 more. When's the next magic attack multiplier here? Let's see, how much magic power do we have? We have currently 17 magic power, that's not a whole lot. That's not a whole lot. 17 magic. Ho 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 hoi. Ha! The next magic multiplier is at level 61. Wow, what about 18? With 18... the next one would be at 57. Let's see whether I regret throwing or selling that coronet. That would be the first time ever. Alright. With the coronet I would have 19 magic power, which would mean the next multiplier would be exactly at level 54. Maybe not. Is there anything else that gives magic power? I suppose an elf cape. Yeah, coronet. We don't have a coronet anymore. There's only one, and I sold it. Mage magic gives +1, dancing dagger gives +1, coronet plus elf cave would be another 1 and 1, but you kinda don't want to use an elf cape because the haste boots are just that good. But yeah, we would need to get +3 magic power somehow. Which is a bit of a stretch, unfortunately. With +3 magic power, we would get our next magic multiplier at level 52, which is still not all that useful. Lamia's Tiara, can I... Wait, can a ninja equip a Lamia's Tiara? The experience of those slugs good? It's actually pretty solid. It is 4,400 experience for the slug encounter and like 3,300 for the spiders. For how easy and quick they are to kill. Lamia's Tiara would work if we could equip it. I guess it's not the traditional mage type headpiece, would it be? Maybe it works. We can test. If it does work, I'm also going to buy a mage master. Yeah, Magas told me about this place, which is pretty awesome. Especially since they both have weakness to fire as well as water, it is a relatively easy place to grind in. Pretty sure Ninja can't use Lamia Sierra. Probably not. Might as well see though. Would be neat, but it's unlikely. Hello. Tiara? Nope. Unfortunately not. Good idea though. I mean, I just looked it up by checking. Yeah, if only we could have Bard now. With equip harps. Would speed up the process here a bunch. Alrighty, so level 54 is the goal. It would allow us to... Wasn't there something actually weak to water in the void? Hang on. Thinking phase. I believe the... Death Claws were weak to water, weren't they? What about the dancers? Like sword dancers, I believe. Sword. What are they called again? I forget. Yeah, thank you. I know they are weak to... I know that also dances are not weak to water in particular, but I figured maybe they are weak to something else that I could take advantage of. On the percent across the board for elementals, I assume. Ah, it's SWRD dancer, so sword dancer. Yeah, I didn't have a particular weakness. Oh well. How much HP do they have? 3000. Which would still take a while to take out with just scrolls without having magic power. These slugs here are pretty much my favorite enemies now. One shot by fire. Sometimes anyways. I wonder whether there's other encounters that I just have no idea about, because once you have the airship, in World 3 there's barely any reason to ever go and walk around on the ground. There might be other encounters that would actually be really good too, and I just don't know about them. Then again, grinding in the endgame is not usually a particularly big problem either way. Worst case scenario, we clear the Twin Towers and then go grind with the magic lamp in the trench. Which was a consideration for my ninja here, by the way. But definitely not necessary. What I could also do is I could take out some encounters in like the solitaire or the island shrine, just so I also grab some money along the way for more pinwheels. Okay, level 49, soon level 50, just 4 more levels. If I were to guess, they have 1850 HP, these slugs. And Flynn Widows probably too. Yeah, it's below 1876, but above 1807. 1820. The wizard guys are pretty cool in that they are released for time slip. Interesting. Yeah, releasing for time slip is interesting, but I believe there's exactly one boss in the entire game that is susceptible to that, once you have access to it anyways. I mean, that one is a problem to hit, I think. I forget which one it was. Who was playable? I think it might have been Mary Jane, actually. It might be Mary Jane. I'm not sure. No, it was Antlion. Antlion was the one boss that was susceptible to time slip. So good luck hitting that. In the level. 4 more. So, once again, the main reason why we go for a bit over 3000 damage is the phase 2 of the first phase. That doesn't make much sense, does it? The initial 3 phase of Neo X Death. Once you push it below 30,000 HP, its first move is going to be casting Holy or Flare on you 2 out of 3 times. 1 in 3 times he will just physically attack. But if we don't have a bit more than 3000 HP, we will not survive that Flare attack or Holy attack. It just deals too much damage. There's some exclusive World 3 monsters on the field, but unless you're looking to complete a bestiary, not worth it. Well, or in this case, grinding. I've never done a complete bestiary. Oh, Silvermoon, thank you. Thank you so much for the 300 happy rabbits. That's really nice of you. Welcome, how are you doing? How's it going? I would like to point out that this was the first back attack that we've had so far in this entire encounter thing. Best we've had so far is 3. Never gotten all of them so far. The itsy bitsy spiders climbed up the water spouts. I guess. I remember a cartoon being about a little spider thing, but... Ah, it's a nursery rhyme in the US. I see. Okay, I did not know that one then. I just remember there was a cartoon about a spider. I remember not really liking to watch it because it was just... I don't know, I didn't like it. Not my style, not my sense of humor, I suppose. Down came the rain, washed the spider out. Oh, poor little spider. Too spooky? I'm not sure it was too spooky. It was just not interesting. No, nothing spooky. There's a lot of type of humor that just, especially when I was a kid, just went straight over my head. And even nowadays, if I understand it, it's just not necessarily funny to me. Like, the most interesting discovery I've made personally is that I just really... slapstick in video form doesn't tell me anything. Like, it's just like, okay, I get it, but often I just don't get it because I'm too slow. So I'm just always just a bit behind. But in book form, like the Discworld books, I actually ended up really liking those. Because you could just take your time and read the stuff and just process it and then move on once I have processed it. And that was actually a lot more funny to me. And similarly, I actually really appreciate a lot of the jokes that come from Slapstick movies, like jamming the radar and such. Those little excerpts are just amazing. But I'm just too slow to process the actual movie themselves. Is that what it's called? Sudden wit? Either way, nothing against it. Nothing at all, honestly. It's just I'm too slow to process. At least that's what I think it is. Slapstick to me is like people tripping and falling and such, which you've never been into. Oh, I see. Alright, I see. There's a difference. Right, I figured sudden wit was just kind of an extension of the concept of being witty. Which wasn't sure whether it had any extended meaning attached to it. The Three Stooges. I've never watched it actually. It's not a thing over here. Then I guess, again, often snarky doesn't tell me anything either. It's not like it can never be funny, but I couldn't think of an example where I would find it funny. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got that from my family, where we've never really cared about people falling over, tripping and hurting themselves. They're just like, ouch! Why would somebody find that funny? It's just never been my thing. Too much empathy. Yeah. Like, I immediately think of the consequences of what it means. And... yeah. No thanks. We have 6 more flame scrolls left. Oh, did I use 2 water scrolls? I suppose I was. Well, I guess I did save a fire scroll. Never been a fan of anything from Monty Python. Yeah. Monty Python is a bit too cross for me from what I remember seeing of it. Too crass? I don't know how to pronounce that, but I think you get the idea. Again, I don't think it's inherently bad, just not for me. So I would say what we can do is we can just go shopping, buy flame scrolls, and then get the rest of the experience along the way. This should be easy enough overall. Once I use up the last flame scroll, that is. Fill up on pinwheels with the rest of the money as much as we can, and then we go into the void. The ninja is definitely one of the few characters where I didn't even bother calculating the stats or thresholds for breakpoints for extra damage output, because we just deal so much damage anyways. One more flame scroll. Oh, that's right, we have to... Really? Alright. I had no idea that enemies could even escape like that. I guess maybe spiders are scared when they are alone. So I forgot to have the dancing dagger equipped. Just throw 2 water scrolls and be done with it. Alright. Last set of enemies. For now anyways. We'll fight a few more in the void that are going to be susceptible to fire as well. Just have like twice as much HP, actually more than that. So... stock on high potions first, I guess. I never end up using all of them on most characters. So maybe I don't have to go all the way with high potions here. Just like 70 is fine. I have to go into the back area for this. Do I still have a flame ring? I can sell that one. I do. Hello. Alright, I'd like to stock up on flame scrolls. Probably don't need that many. Water scrolls, also probably don't need that many. Thunder scrolls, we still have enough. Alrighty. See, we don't need the strength armor anymore. Flame ring we can sell. And second fang we can sell. That's fine. Alright. 4 more pinwheels. And we have 11 total. We will be able to pick up a few more in the void. But I will probably just end up using them against the final boss. Because I don't really see much of a problem with any boss before that. Unless I'm just forgetting something. Which, always possible. We'll see. I mean, I have money, so I might as well invest the rest into high potions. No reason not to. Anything else? Not really. Night Krauser, ninja indeed. We are just about to head into the void. 2 more levels and I will have the HP that I was looking for. Preferably actually 3 levels, realistically. Also, in order to go through the void, I will want to have the bone mail equipped. And probably the chicken knife just for extra speed. And then we run away from a bunch of encounters. I thought that was the entrance, it's down here. Let's go. Still need to prepare the magic lamp, so I will want to use Bahamut and the other one before somewhere. So, and this is the perfect example where you really would like to have an ability that allows you to run away, guaranteed. Since those crawls are pretty tough to take out, they have like 20,000 HP. And they hit really hard and all kinds of things like that. Basically, not particularly easy enemies to take on or take out. Yeah, alright, we have not done any of with Lena. I was kind of trying to figure out, like, is there any character that could reasonably be Lena? Which means low-level characters would be able, as in so my requirement for being able to use a low-level character for Merujin. Like, I would want to use one of that job class for Merujin in particular, if I were to have Lena as my main character. Antlion, we already is whatever at this point. For Galuf, I would need to have a level 1 character be able to take out the mini-boss trio at the Meteors in order to have Galuf as the lead. I guess you would also need to take out the 2 gargoyles and somehow sneak by the prototypes with Lena, or with, well, without Lena for that matter. I think Earthwormer is welcome, but one of the hands is off by one or something like that. Yeah, the left hand is one too far to the right. Yeah, I've done that before plenty of times. And now it's a thing. SBQ92, thank you. Thank you so much for 9 months of Twitch Prime support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. So here, I'm actually going to go back to the Mirage West. Just so I have one hit that I survive. I'm also going to go into the back row, because these enemies here actually will want to fight. Because they do give pretty good experience, and they are weak to fire. They are the main reason why I picked up more fire scrolls. Well, not these ones in particular, I suppose, but... sure. I don't think they are weak to fire. Or lightning. Or water, for that matter. They don't seem to do anything. They just skipped all their turns, it looked like. Alright, easy enough. Oh, that's almost 7,000 experience. I do believe that's the rare encounter, though. Surprisingly water. Ah, which one? Wow. Twintania is weak against water. But then again, we have something else to use against Twintania. Do we? Actually, Twintania is interesting. Because unless I want to just reset for the 1 in 4 chance with the... Assassin's Dagger, I will want to go ahead and... Let's see, can I even hit those by flames? Oh, I can. Alright. Unless I want to reset for the 1 in 4 chance for the Assassin Dagger a few times, I would need to use the Magic Lamp. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that the Hardened Dagger had a separate animation. So this might be separate from... the Guardian Dagger here. If I equip the Guardian Dagger and that thing, that could be interesting. Weaknesses of enemies in the void. A lot of them are water. I just know that the Deathclaw are actually weak to water, so yeah. There's a surprising amount of regular enemies weak to water, or pretty much no bosses except for Twintania. I guess technically Ifrit too, but I don't think you have any way to get water before Ifrit. Dragon Avis too? Iron Giants, Furies, wow. Oh yeah, that is a lot, holy moly. Wait, Moss Fungus as well? Yeah, alright. That's interesting. Okay, here we want to have the Bone Mail. We equip the double lance in the main hand and set ourselves to the front row as well as running shoes, dark hood, we're good. Alrighty, so this next boss here is more annoying rather than particularly dangerous. This is Kalotisteri, has about 17,000 HP I think, or 18,000. Either way, we will make or defeat her reasonably quickly, I dare to say. So she can counterattack with Drain whenever we attack her. This is why I equipped... at least I thought she could counterattack with Drain. This is why I equipped the Bone Mail. Maybe she doesn't do that if I have no Wall Ring equipped. Hold, thank you for not hitting. But we have a Bone Mail, so it doesn't hit, of course. Wall? Well, we're not actually casting any spells, so we're okay with this. And even if we casted scrolls, they cannot be reflected. He wanted to make sure Leviathan was useful. That's fair. Yeah, that's actually a lot of stuff that is weak to water. I wish I knew that as the summoner, I would have taken advantage of that. Alrighty, so that's that. So as you could see, the chicken knife never proc because the double lance always lets us attack proc first, so the chicken knife doesn't get a chance to proc at all. So these are weak to water, you say? Oh yeah, they are. And I believe they also have pretty good experience. $5,400. Yeah, pretty good. We are now level 53. I'm not even going to try these guys here, because I don't know how they are going to react to throw attack. Because these guys like to counterattack with petrification, which I am susceptible to. Effectively instant death. Do we want to fight Twintania head on? For that I would need the Coral Ring here. But then again, I would need to somehow survive the... Hey, you're also weak to water, huh? Haha, and I'm floating. Ow. How convenient. I'm floating for another boss, but that works too. That's a lot of water scrolls invested though. Ow! Holy moly. If I don't defeat you with the next scroll, we're out of here. Alright. It's not even worth that much experience. Oh boy. Mirage was back on here. I figured he would hit like a truck, but I didn't realize that he had a special attack. Alrighty, this is Omega, one of the optional super bosses. I do not recommend taking him out. Also, we just saved, so let's see whether the Achalon is going to counterattack with scrolls here. Yep, it does counterattack scrolls. Which means it can petrify me. Unless I kill it first. So, Omega is ridiculously difficult to take out without having specific classes to survive or take him out, or even just deal damage is really difficult. Kevis is the only character class that I have seen that can solo this guy without using like a glitch. Time Mage can take him out with a glitch, which we did. Alrighty, do I need to worry about this guy? I kinda do. I probably just want to throw stuff actually. So, in this case, what we're gonna do is we are using the Hardened Dagger and the Guardian Knife. Dark Mail. Alright. So this is a panda. It does not look like much of a panda, but trust me, it's a panda. And he's weak to fire, kind of like Biblos. He does like to use Rain as well as other things as a counterattack pretty frequently. And basically I'm just sitting in the back row here. I was considering using a... Bone Mail here in order to counteract his drains. He has, I think, 27,000 HP. The main reason why I'm using the scrolls here is because he likes to cast armor, which means all my physical damage is cut in half. He's the main reason why I stocked up on fire scrolls in the first place, by the way. Magic Hammer? Oh no, all the MP is gone that I don't use. So he has a 1 in 3 chance to do nothing as a counterattack, 1 in 3 chance to use armor, and 1 in 3 chance to use drain. We just hope that we don't see drain, because it doesn't just deal a ton of damage to us, but it also heals him, of course. No, I didn't have the bone meal. I thought about using it because of the counter-attack range, but I wasn't sure whether it would sustain me through his regular attacks. It probably would have, honestly. Yeah, pretty sure it would have. Also, I need to pay attention to the animation when we are blocking, because I want to see whether we actually block with the Guardian Dagger as well sometime. Still takes a bit longer than I would like it to. Oh, I have both the Guardian Dagger as well as the Sasuke's knife equipped change period. I just want to know whether both of those can be active at the same time or whether only one of them procs at a time. Alright, the panda is down. So we're actually walking back in order to save, because the next boss, especially as a solo character, has a chance to just outright destroy you and kill you. There's not much you can do about that. Alright, so, and also I'm going to just wait until Omega is out of the way, because he loves to initiate combat with you when you're just remotely in its vicinity. And this is not helping. As in, look, once again, looking at the overworld enemy just makes you initiate combat with it. If I turn around, I will get into combat here. So, yeah, patience is key, I suppose. Alright. Okie dokie, there's no encounters in here. So we are safe to save, and we move on. Patience is the key in order to run away. I mean, we are ninja. We are not really fighting stuff as much as we're just assassinating the bosses in order to get through, right? Well, maybe not entirely. Alright, these guys are also weak to water, apparently. I think I knew that at some point, I just forgot. Yeah, they have, however, about 7000 HP, so I question how worthwhile it is to take them out, because we need at least 4 water scrolls. They do give pretty good experience, though. %25% of your maximum health in damage with the Breathwing right there. $40 experience. I guess that's kind of okay. Not as much as I would like it to be. Still need a bunch more experience, but we can get that after we defeat the Apocalypse. And even then, I think we are better off just fighting stuff inside the castle instead, which has less HP than these things. Also, these ninjas are ridiculously difficult to run away from. And even worse if you have to defeat them with physical attacks. That was a mess. I wish I remembered Apollo's harp during that challenge run for the Final Fantasy Fiesta. But yeah, I should put the SSCC into the title, shouldn't I? Derp. Oh my goodness. Nice. That's great, Ricodactylus. Just all variations, except the normal one. Those are great. Now you do have the normal one, never mind. The second from the left. Alrighty, so this is Apocalypse, or also known as Azul Magier. He's effectively a blue mage, and he loves to use blue magic. Almost every blue magic in the book, not quite. But the problem is that he has abilities that effectively just outright kill us if we get hit by them. So, plan is to not get hit by them. And I'm in the back row, that's not where I wanted to start. Derp. So he has 20,000 South HP. Guard off reduces our physical and magical defense by half. So, less than ideal. We deal about 4,000, 4,500. Oh, that's going to kill me. Unless I have the bone meal equipped. Which I do not. Alright, one death. So, I actually probably will want to have the bone meal equipped against this guy in particular. Okay, let's see. Antline 0, Meritune 0, Stalker 0. Oh wait, we didn't fight it. Didn't fight this. Okay, Coatis Theory was 0, Omega 0, a Panda was 0, Apocalypse is 1. Okay, got up. But yeah, this is kind of the problem of this guy. He has various moves that... Well, Blue Mage just has a variety of hey you die moves, so... Not a whole lot we can do about that. Also, in case you're curious, it doesn't matter that I still had Smoke. He never uses a regular physical attack to my knowledge. He only ever uses blue magics. And I guess at least with the Bone Mail I would be immune against instant death. So roulette, the way it works, it targets any one of the characters on the screen. And if the character was immune to roulette for any reason, it will just not show up the roulette hand cursor. But if the character is not immune against roulette, you see it just spinning around and hit a character that is, well, not immune to it. In this case, that's always going to be me, because he's immune against instant death. So 50-50% chance to outright die, plus a little chance to avoid the attack by magic evasion. Hey Shiva, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Welcome, how are you doing? And if I may ask, what were you doing over there? The Apocalypse can be a bit of a pain, especially if you have a solo character that does not have a way to run away guaranteed or easily, since this is one of the most ridiculous parts to try and run away from encounters. I think it's Make It Snow, Ricodactylus. I should still rename that, shouldn't I? You know what, I'm just gonna make an alias right now while I have... well, while I remember. So let me add the command here. Okay, let it snow. Alright, let it snow is now also a command you can use there. This is the encounter we're probably farming for. It hard locked on you for some reason. How? But how do you like it so far, if I may ask? I have played the previous Cthulhu thanks to you a little bit, although I've never gone particularly far, but it was a lot more challenging than I initially anticipated it to be. Alrighty, so don't forget the front row, equip the double lance as well as the chicken knife, and let's just go with a bullet mail. At least we can't get instantly killed here. So since we deal about, what was it, 4,500 damage per attack, we need 5, 6, 7 attacks to kill him. So that's one. Two. Mind Blast would paralyze us, but we are immune to paralyzation thanks to the running shoes. Engine of Cosmic Star Heroine. I don't know that one. Level 2 all, thankfully our level is not divisible by 2, otherwise we... Actually we are immune... Well, actually level 2 all even hits us even if we are immune to it. That's how level spells work, they always hit. Big Guard means that we need now twice the amount of attacks in order to finish him off, since he has Shell, Float, and Armor. Meaning he only takes half damage. But we were just in time. Alright, the next boss is susceptible to being cheesed via Float and Wall Ring. So the next boss very frequently would like to use an ability that is known as Quake or Earthshaker or whatever it is in this version. And, well, he also is trying to be clever. If you are floating, he tries to remove that float by using Gravity 100. But because I have a wall ring, it gets reflected. And that's literally his entire AI script now, because he doesn't do anything else. He also only has 20,000 HP, so he's pretty quick to take down. So normally his Quake attacks would deal like 1,000 damage, I would say, so it's not that bad, but the worst part about him is that he also likes to use petrification moves, like Demon's Eye. So he would just petrify any character that is not immune against that, which, well, we are susceptible to it. Pretty much the biggest weakness of the ninja. Okay. So next up we want to equip the running shoes again, probably a Mirage Vest? Maybe, I don't know. So I will want to go ahead and defeat the next two bosses, then backtrack and then grind the last levels, and then we go for the final two. Ninja doesn't like getting stoned. Accurate. I mean, to be fair, most solo characters don't like being stoned. Because they don't have friends to soften them up. Alright, in this next boss here, I will want to use Dark, and actually in this case, I do want to use Image. Because the next boss does in fact use physical attacks. Art attack? No. Double lance, chicken knife, there we go. The chicken knife fully powered up now. Not quite, still need a few more runaways, but we will get those. Alrighty. Where is it? Double lance, there we go. So this next boss here is Halikanaza. Halikanaza has a grand total of I forget how much HP. It's 30,000? Might be 40,000? It's a lot of HP. And the reason why I'm using a wall ring is because Halikanaza will always use in its last turn Holy, which will actually deal almost max damage against itself. So while I'm kinda slow. I don't think he can actually hurt me in any capacity because Image allows me to completely avoid any physical attacks. Also apparently doesn't have much physical defense, which I wasn't quite aware of. He does have, however, crazy high level, I believe level 97, so hitting status effects is ridiculously difficult, as well as really high magic evasion and defense. I think I could have just gone with haste boots myself. It would have been fine. Dynamo puts us onto the back row. Shell means he only takes half the damage from his own holy now. That's unfortunate. And we have Frog again. This spell? Oh, that's mean. Ow. Doesn't even hit that hard. I forgot it. Kalekanaza can even use this spell. So, next should be Holy. Oh, no, no. There's Holy. The chemist likes getting stoned, maybe. There we go. I didn't really keep count of HP. Okay. That was Kalekanaza. Go back to the running shoes in the Mirage West, and we walk back to the save point because Twintania is going to be a bit of a pain, to say the least. Actually, I will probably want to level up before Twintania. That way I have at least a chance to survive the Giga Flare. And hey Irolit, welcome. How are you doing? I feel like we need to teach the Rabbi that this is not necessarily appropriate to, well, preemptive attack. We still have these two, so this should actually pretty much take out the Sword Dancer each time. Almost 5,000 experience for just 2 enemies. This is really good. Oh hi. So here's a problem. This guy has a lot of magic, a lot of evasion. He's actually surprisingly fast. And not evasion, but defense. He's weak to water, but I know these guys like to counterattack, and there's another problem. Rocket Punch. This will kill Ferris. Rocket Punch is a guaranteed confusion. Alright. Rocket Punch is a guaranteed confusion. Unless we have the Bone Mail equipped. Bone Mail is the one thing that can prevent confusion, because undeads don't usually get confused. At least according to the Bone Mail, they don't. That's why I made the trade command, Krauser. I think it's exclamation mark Rump. I'm sorry. Because it happens actually pretty frequently that people want to train with the Rabbite and write train. I do believe they counterattack too. Should probably use smoke instead. Okay, running shoes. Bone Mail is fine. Double lance chicken knife. These are not even the encounters I'm looking for. Like, the Iron Giants give a lot of experience, they give 10,000 each. But taking them out is just a pain. Alright, preemptive, very nice. Perfect opportunity to examine. So, 2 water scrolls should kill the death claws. Didn't. 3, I guess. And 1 more should kill the sword dancers. Doesn't matter which scroll I use, they all have the same attack power. So this would have been pretty tough if I didn't have a preemptive, to say the least, so I'm not sure. I do think I like the Dragon Avis a bit better. I could try to go upstairs instead. Wait, upstairs is the other way around. So I probably do want to sit in the back row for this. Just 1 more level, which is 28,000 experience. Shouldn't take that long. As long as we don't get killed along the way. Which is always a problem. Preemptive, nice. Just water them some more and we'll be fine. Okay, getting somewhere. 2 more of these encounters and we might already be done. I don't really know about these guys here. I think the bodyguard had a catch, but at least the ninja are pretty annoying to take out because they have so much evasion if I wanted to use physical attacks. Actually, it counts down very good, Actilus. But, yeah. I guess the system does not necessarily make sense if you haven't played World of Warcraft. Hi, Ramu. You're most certainly not who I wanted to encounter here. You're not even worth any experience. What is Ramu doing here? This is one of the few spots where you can re-encounter Ramu if you didn't get him in the first world, because he's no longer on the overworld in World 3. Similarly, in the area before the previous one, as in where Omega's running around, you can encounter Golem again. I think those are the only 2 you can get again. Catoblepas as well as Carbuncle you can no longer get. I don't know whether those Furies will counter-attack, but I hope they don't. I don't usually fight them. They're heavy and pretty annoying. That's not good. Oh, thank you for the full heal. And this guy berserks himself. Good job. Yes, you will become a frog. Sounds like a good idea to me. This is why we have the bone mail equipped. Apparently do 2 attacks per turn. That's actually kind of scary with those Furies. Well, it would be anyways. Didn't I reach level 54 yet? Alright, one more encounter. Go downstairs. Well, that's mildly awkward, but we can just throw Thunder Scrolls, I guess. Because if I was in the front row, I could just physically attack both of them and we would be fine, but I'm not, so I can't. And we gained our last level. Maybe last level. Maybe not. We'll see. Okie dokie. Heal up to full. And let's go and ask Twin Tanya for permission to pass, shall we? So Twin Tanya is a boss that I normally just use some form of instant death attack in order to take it out, well, immediately as soon as it becomes vulnerable. However, Ninja doesn't really have a guaranteed instant death attack. The best we can do is use an Assassin Dagger for a 1 in 4 chance to proc Doom for that. So I will basically alternate strategies. Once I will try to deal damage instead, which the problem mainly is going to be whether I will survive. Actually no, I will go for the Assassin Dagger strategy just almost regardless of what else there is. Mainly because I do not know whether we can possibly survive a Giga Flare. We'll see. So Twin Tanya uses 3 different attacks and spells and abilities initially. And then 2 wind slashes, and then he will transform into another form. So that other form is susceptible to virtually every status effect and element and everything, including instant death and such. We also have Snowstorm here, probably. Oh, there's already the wind slashes. Alright, next wind slash. We heal once more, then we equip the Assassin Dagger and wait until Twin Tanya transforms. Unless he's faster than me. No, I'm faster. Alright. No chicken knife, please, because I just want only the Assassin's Dagger. Alright. Here we go, 1 in 4 chance. As soon as my cursor jumps down, there it is. That is the phase switch. And we get it first try. Nice. Very handy. We even get the Murazame. I can throw that. I could throw the Ragnarok weapon too, but I can't get it. Probably. The rare drop indeed. That's kinda neat. Chicken knife, hardened dagger, just for defense purposes, as well as bone mail. Going to the front row just in case I get back attacked. Alrighty, welcome to the final dungeon. We are not quite going actually through yet. I just want to make sure Gilgamesh knows that we are friends. Oh hi, this is a chance for gaining a... There's my Thief's Knife to get an elixir here. Ha, nice. Still no elixir. Ow. They are really tough to run away from, but generally speaking, an elixir is quite worth it. He also hit like a truck, I guess. Speaking of hitting like a truck, this guy up here actually hits pretty hard. We don't have to do much damage. I think it's only 7,000 if I'm not mistaken. So I will want to briefly go equip the image ability. Double lance chicken knife, so we avoid the run away from the chicken knife. Dark vest, running shoes. Let's go. Alright, so this is basically, well, not a particularly difficult fight. It's not supposed to be. You're supposed to just find Gilgamesh here in the void and he recognizes you. Oh! I actually one-shot him? I didn't realize that. I thought it was like 7,000. I guess I did about 7,000, isn't it? Wow, Ninja's pretty strong. So yeah, it's not a difficult thing to do, but because this takes so long with the cutscene, the next boss actually has a decent chance of killing us, not actually because of Necrophobe itself, but because of the barriers that we have to survive. I don't know whether we will be able to, like, two-shot the barrier. We have to defeat one barrier. Okay, back to smoke, so we can run away. We have to defeat at least one barrier in 2 attacks in order to have a good chance of surviving. Which, we could just throw the pinwheels, there's a few more in here. But I would, well, rather not. If we could just use the chicken knife and use the pinwheel only exclusively against the final boss, that would be even better. I do want to prepare the magic lamp, so I might just use the 2 charges of the magic lamp against the Necrophobe itself. Okay. So the next boss effectively has 4 barriers around him. And those 4 barriers, each one, once they get their turn, will deal about 1,000 damage. So, because of how agility works, or, well, turn order, turn speed, it's possible to sneak in between the barriers' actions with a heal, but it's anything but reliable. So what I want to do instead is I want to kill one of the barriers, and then I should have just enough HP to survive and use an elixir afterwards, and then kill one more barrier, and then we should be in the green with how much damage they will be able to do at that point. Should. I don't know whether that's gonna be true or not. We'll see. The hairstyle is dying. Why? As a guy who's going bald, I can relate. Nice. Alrighty, so we're just walking through the void here. The reason why we grinded out experience in the previous area is not just because these enemies here are scary. They are scary, to an extent anyways. but mainly because they actually do not give any experience in here. They only give ability points and money. So, since that is not exactly what we were looking for, well, we decided to skip them. There's another pinwheel here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 pinwheels, I think, in this area here. And let me tell you, it's super nice to be able to just guaranteed run away from these encounters, because they can be quite a pain. That's another elixir down here. I don't think we'll need that many elixirs, but hey, who knows? I can just use them really liberally if I have plenty, so that's nice. Next up, that chest on the right side there is one of the optional super bosses, Shinryu. And Shinryu is really strong. The prize for defeating him would be getting a Ragnarok blade, which is really strong, the strongest sword, which is exclusive to knights, unfortunately, that you can get for, well, without having to fulfill the requirements for the full power Brave Blade, as in never ever run away from any encounter ever in the entire game. So yeah, pretty good. We could even throw it, except that we can't defeat Shinryu, at least not reasonably. Or at least I couldn't think of a way. Because, yeah, Shinryu does a ton of damage, is insanely fast, faster than we are, without having haste. He has that much agility. Kind of ridiculous. Alrighty, we are almost at Necrophobe here. Okie dokie, so, Necrophobe. Don't use double lens, chicken knife, sit in the front row with a dark vest, running shoes equipped. We're actually going to go for a bandana here for even more strength, I think. Because that little bit of agility is not gonna make that much of a difference. Alright, do I have image? I need image. I should have done this before I equipped everything else. Okay, so this is my setup. Once again, the 4 little barriers, we can get 2 turns in before they get 1 action. And they will deal about 1000 damage. So let's see, can I deal enough damage? 600, that is about 1300 HP damage. That is... okay, that's enough. They have about 8000 HP. 8800, excuse me. So with this we should be able to take out 1 barrier straight away, which is pretty useful. And we even get 1 more turn. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm actually going to wait until a barrier moves and immediately use a high potion. So, I don't know whether I'm actually going to survive 3 attacks. Our magic defense is not as good as other characters, so we might take a bit more. And I even managed to sneak in the potion before the other barriers went. So all of the barriers have the same speed. However, your starting speed is like plus or minus 1 depending on where you are. So it was in this case entirely possible that all of them go at the exact same time and I would not be able to sneak in between, but here I was able to sneak in between. And we would have survived it, so that's good to know. Using an elixir here. Then we need to defeat the next barrier. I probably should have... no, I don't know whether it matters. Probably doesn't. Alright, next barrier dead. So the next thing they do is they cast Fire 3, Ice 3 or Lightning 3, well, Blow 3, onto themselves in order to bounce it back over to me. Worth noting that these barriers actually do not have particularly much maximum MP, so I can actually reasonably try to run them out of MP. It's going to heal up a little bit more. Because I will want to set up before I get to the boss. Also, these barriers here are in the back row, which means I only deal half damage to them. So I need 3 more attacks on that 1 barrier in order to take it out. means I will not be able to heal in between, so I should probably just elixir up. Yeah, we have plenty of elixirs. Hey Sultana, welcome. How are you doing? I could also throw a thing instead. Might also be a reasonable decision here. Let's see, what do we throw? I want to use all the pinwheels for final boss. Murazame? We got the rare drop over there, so might as well throw it. That's a lot more damage than I anticipated it to be. Nice. Okay, and with this, we can just whittle this thing down. Heal up and then defeat it. So let's see, that's about... We should be able to attack it once more before it's going to die. Use image. Then we heal up with a few high potions and then we go into the second phase. So, the second phase of this guy here is also kind of interesting. He has really crazy high physical defense. And that is actually a bit of a problem, but he is literally susceptible and weak to every single element. So we can just throw scrolls at him if we really wanted to do that. So that is absolutely a possibility of what we, or how we could handle him. However, he always attacks twice per turn, so I want to be a bit careful about it. Image will make us almost completely immune to whatever he does, but only almost. He also will use Flash the first thing he gets out of his defensive thing here. But I'm going to go ahead and equip the Guardian Dagger as well as the Hardened Dagger here, just to have maximum physical evasion. I don't know whether both of them work. Then we start throwing scrolls at him. Maybe I should be in the back row for that, but he shouldn't hit me anyways. So the most dangerous thing he can actually do is... He missed, nice. The most dangerous thing he can do is use Hurricane, which puts us to critical HP, and then Vacuum Wave right after. Okay, that's one image gone. Just wanna refresh it so we have all of them available. Oh hiya! Welcome to you, Mary Jazz. I hope you're doing well. Hey, I think both of them work. I think we can use both of the Hardened Dagger as well as Guardian Dagger. I think both of them proc separately. There's the Hurricane and Cheap Shot right there. This is why we want to always have an image up. A full image, that is. Oh, he can use Doom too? Oh dear, I need to actually hurry up here. I forgot about that, he can use Doom. Thankfully he didn't hit. So I was lucky. Actually, did I have the Bone Mill equipped last? I might be immune to Doom. Anyway, he has 34,000 HP and 44. And good blocks, Ferris. And he doesn't really deal any damage aside from physical, so image is going to make us completely invulnerable, so I don't even have to heal up. Wow. Good blocks. And hey, Esgrunt, you are getting here in time, I propose. Yeah, there's the cheap combination there. He didn't even hit the Vacuum Wave. I think we blocked it, but you couldn't see it because he cast the spell first, and then we didn't have the animation for the block. Doom again. Ugh. I don't know why that didn't make an animation. We still have the image up. It's kind of weird, I guess. Come on, you should be dead soon. So many blocks from Ferris are really nice. Image up again. There we go. Alrighty. Managed to defeat Necrophobe first try. Because once Gilgamesh appears, we win. If we didn't or defeat Gilgamesh in the castle, we would actually be not finding Gilgamesh here. Instead, we would have to deal 10,000 more damage to Necrophobe. Which, considering that he can cast Doom, this was probably better for us that Gilgamesh comes to help. 10,000, exactly 10,000. 44,044 HP rather than 34,044. Also, we can steal from Gilgamesh. I don't know why you would want to do that, but it's a thing you can do. Yeah, the thing is, you always deal a little bit overkill damage anyways, and Necrophobe is scripted to die after Gilgamesh attack anyways, so it doesn't technically matter that he deals 9,999 damage. Only thing it matters is that the only thing that matters is that Gilgamesh does the explosion thing. I feel like Gilgamesh has been stalking us for way longer than we realized, by the way. By the way, whatever we steal from him, I think it's the Genji shield. We cannot even use. Oh, Jeff, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're doing well. We didn't get the steal. It's a 20% chance every time you try to attack to successfully steal with the Thieves' Knife. That would have been a really scary flare if we got hit by it, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. Because I don't have 4,000 HP. Genji armor, the shield is earlier, I guess. Okay, so we have arrived at the final destination here. So, one last time we equip Smoke just as an ability to be able to run away. And hey Jeff, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon everybody. We have just arrived at the final boss of the Solo Character Challenge run with the Ninja. Just as a heads up, this is not a single sitting, this was done in 2? Was it 1 or 2? I don't... 2 or 3. Either way, I'm hoping to finish this today, so I can fully focus on the next Solo Character Challenge run, which is going to be the Berserker. And that's gonna be a long one. Really long one. Where you can get the shield. I see, yeah, that makes sense. I forget. XDEF and this void vacuum cleaner. I think those would be sucking up a bit too much iron lead, if you ask me, but then again, maybe that's your intention? Please no vacuuming frogs. It sure is powerful. Yep. Alrighty. So the plan is to go through phase 1 as quick as possible. Then we... Oh, I didn't use the magic lamp yet. Ha! I still need to prepare the magic lamp. Alright. First of all, preparing magic lamp is going to be the next order of operation. This is fine, actually. Preparing the magic lamp, and... then we use magic lamp in phase 2. We pinwheel the Grand Cross part as quick as we can, and then we should actually be mostly fine. Because only the physical part can dispel, I think. So we just whittle down the Almagus part, which should be fine, as well as the physical part, which can only attack once physically every time. We just need to keep track of HP. Alright, pinwheel the second part is the plan. Wait. Save. Magic lamp before I forget I've got it again. Caesar, you're out of order. Was he? Did not even notice. Okay, where's my magic lamp? There we go. So, once again, magic lamp uses the summons. The strongest summons first, Bahamut, then the second strongest, Leviathan, and then the third strongest, which is Odin. However, the third strongest is the one we want, because Odin has a chance to instantly kill enemies. And that's exactly what we are looking for. Alright, we are up here. So, Odin's instant kill does not actually target death immunity or not death immunity. It targets whether an enemy is heavy or not heavy, kind of like the Time Mage version of instant death instead. So what this means is that normally Odin actually has two different types of attacks it can do. If there is any enemy at all in the combat that is heavy, it will only ever do the first one, which is just a decently strong physical attack from Odin. That's the one thing. And the second thing it will do is it will go ahead and instantly kill anything that is not heavy. It has a chance to do that normally as a summon spell. However, because there's always heavy parts involved in the Neo XDEF fight, you have to use the magic lamp version of Odin, because that one always does the insta-kill, even if there's nothing to insta-kill. That way we can remove one of the three parts, or one of the four parts out of the equation. Before I start this, however, I'm going to briefly go and refresh my water, go to the bathroom, and then we go. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's go. Also, please mind your language. I would appreciate that. So, alrighty. So for the first phase, NeoXDev has 49,000 HP, and the critical parts are when we push him below 30,000 HP total, and when we push him... Oh. Ha! Rip. I forgot to equip image. Kind of need that. That does count as a death, by the way. Does it? I will sort that on the random death, though. So we don't falsify the statistics. So 15 plus 1 random. Okay. So now I need to equip the image ability so we can avoid physical attacks entirely. The dark robe as well as the running shoes is guaranteed. Bandana or dark hood? I think dark hood for more physical defense is better overall, probably. Either way, we're going to go with the double lance and chicken knife. I'm not sure this is what I will want to go with in the end here. We may also want to use pinwheels for the first phase. I don't really know how much damage they will deal in the second phase. Alright, so first of all image, because he does have pretty heavy physical attacks. Then we go, this is 620, 600, 1200. That's about 4800 damage per attack here, which is pretty solid. So that's, well, 3 more attacks that hit to push him under the threshold. So in phase 1, he can use White Hole 1 in 3 times, pretty much every turn. White Hole is an instant death and petrification, and unfortunately we are not really immune against either, so he will be able to hit it most of the time, but sometimes we get lucky that we evade it. Or did I activate the bone mail glitch? I might have accidentally activated the bone mail thing. Oh well. I don't mind in this case because Ninja is strong enough anyways. The main difference would be whether well, we just have to reset in the first phase a few more times, really. It's more relevant for other characters. Either way, so now he should be in his second phase. Oh, he's not yet. I guess I don't deal as much damage as I think I do. Wait, Meteor? I dealt way more damage than I thought I did. I'm so confused. Alright, okay. That is +1 death. So, he casts Meteor when he is below 10,000 HP, 1 in 8 times. Yeah, there's the bone. Double lance, chicken knife. That was overkill. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's one of the problems about Meteor. It can roll really high, or not that high at all. Unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that this would be the first character to not die against NeoXDev, but he decided not today. Oh well, he'll be fine. So alternatively, what I could do is I could sit in the back row with a hardened dagger as well as a guardian dagger and see whether... Actually, I do want the chicken knife rather than the guardian dagger in this case, just for the 5 agility, so I deal more damage with throwing. Just so we throw stuff at him. Because at this point we can just throw everything at him, I would say. Did I go in the back row? I hope I did. Okay. Alright. Image still first because he does hit like a truck physically. Then we start throwing stuff at him. Let's see, what do we throw first? So this is the Excalibur. You want to keep that for the last hit. The Assassin Dagger I don't really need. This has 91 attack power. 52, so this is better than a physical attack and also guarantees hit for that matter. And we don't really have much else to throw, so aside from the Excalibur, I guess. Let's see, how much will a pinwheel do? 8,000. Let's see, if we deal 8,000 to this thing, I will need to deal 55,000 to the Grand Cross part, divided by 8,000. That is 8 pinwheels required for that. That's the main thing I care about. So actually I can use pinwheels in order to just straight up go through phase... or the 3 phase here. So this is why we leveled up to 3000 HP by the way that Flare or Holy as soon as he does that. Alright, we're just gonna throw pinwheels in the first phase. I think that makes the most sense. Oh, again? Wow. Wow. It's a 1 in 3 chance for him to use Meteor every time, by the way. Once he is below 10,000 HP, and he only gets 1 opportunity for that. He has a 1 in 3 chance to do nothing, and a 1 in 3 chance to do a physical attack instead. That's just unlucky. In case you're wondering, I'm not saving the image thing because I want to be able to run away from random encounters in case they occur walking over here. Chicken knife, hardened dagger. Where is it? Oh, I already have it equipped. Derp. Back row. Okay, let's go. One in 3 chance to use it every time. No, every time he gets a turn below 10,000 HP is what I meant. No, this is not kind of what I was going for. Alrighty, so let's see. Pinwheel number 1. Let me actually real quick go and type that into my calculator. Okay, pinwheel number 2. Ah, this actually is almost perfect. There's the Holy. We only need to throw 3 more pinwheels at him in order to defeat him. In phase 1, that is. Which is actually perfect. For... Ooh, lucky. Okay, that was phase 1. Also, sorry for the distorted noise. I think it's my capture card. I do not know how to fix that aside from getting a new capture card. Which, well, I don't have the money for it. And usually it's fine, aside from rather extreme noises. Alrighty, so we get into phase 2 of Neo X-Dev. So the phase 2 consists of 4 separate parts. The top right part is the physical part that has 50,000 HP and is mostly dealing physical damage, but he also has the occasional chance to dispel. The bottom right part is doing nothing for 3 turns and then uses Almagest, indicated by him shaking rather heavily. You know that's when he is going to use Almagest very soon. Almagest is a holy elemental attack that inflicts HP leak status as well as deals about 1,600-1,700 damage to the entire party. So it's pretty brutal. Then the top left, the unicorn horn thing, is the Grand Cross part, which inflicts 1 out of the 22 possible status effects, or was it 1 out of 20? Which includes death, petrification and all sorts of things. And then the far left part that I just instantly killed via the third use of the magic lamp would be normally the magic part. It is susceptible to poison as well as instant death and a few other things. So we can just take it out this way. So Grand Cross is realistically the only part that is particularly dangerous. So I want to just take it out as quick as I can. So we will survive an Almagest, which is the shaking here. So I'm not really terribly worried about that. Especially since we also just block the physical attack. So normally the danger is to get hit by a physical attack as well as an Almagest more or less at the same time. But because we have image up, we are just perfectly safe from the physical attacks anyways. Laws of the physics are broken is indicating that in about 2 turns we would receive a Grand Cross. But because we are going to push him just on the 15,000 HP right here, we actually will not get that. And one more attack, 9184. So this actually has 470 HP left at this point. So I do not want to waste another pinwheel for that. I would like to go ahead and just throw some random thing at it to kill it instead. Like a shuriken is fine. That is actually still a lot of damage. Alrighty, Grand Cross part is dead. So what this means is we only have to worry about the physical part now, as well as the Almagest part, and those are very, very predictable what they do for the most part. So I still will want to heal up, because Almagest will eventually come and will eventually hit us, even though we are going about 3 times as fast as it does. So, alrighty. Almagest about to go on its way. And now... the physical part has 50,000 HP, Almagest part has... less than that. So we're actually going to the front row. So it's a little bit spooky because the physical part hits like a truck in the front row, but we should be protected. Emphasis on should. I'm also going to equip the Chick Knife and Hardened Dagger here. It's a 1 in 4 chance to not do anything, but because he has high physical defense, it should probably still be better? I don't know. Either way, it's easier to keep track. So, I'm actually going to wait until he does the thing, so I can heal up afterwards. Just in case some things go wrong, which is always possible. Image here. We have plenty of elixirs anyways. Alright. 3,895. I'm actually, by the way, keeping close track of how much damage I do. So I know exactly where I am in the script. Also, this is not nearly as much damage as I hoped it would be, to be completely honest. But hey. 449. It'll be fine. Vacuum wave will not hit. Okay, so we're just whittling down the Grand Cross part here until we have like 1 hit remaining. And the problem about this fight is you usually want to defeat this guy. I'm going to just use a double lance at this point. The problem about this guy usually is that you want to kill the last 2 parts at the same time. The problem is if you don't do that, is that the last part who is remaining will go crazy and use Almagest, Meteor, which you've seen already kill me a few times, Vacuum Wave and all the big guns, so to speak, really, really quickly in succession. Like, just without pause, it will just machine gun you. I guess it doesn't technically speed up per se, but it's still very unhealthy to get hit by any of these, especially since it has a chance to meteor you pretty much immediately. 700, that's 1,500 plus 3,800. We deal less damage, I assume, with the Chick Knife because we don't get the +1 agility. But this is still plenty, and it guarantees that we don't get the Chick Knife flea proc. 640, 620. And 3,800. Okay, that's the last attack I'm going to do on this thing for now. So, the Almagest part at this point has 8,466 HP remaining. At least if I didn't miscount. So we're starting to work on the physical part here. 700, 620, and 3800. They have seemingly the exact same defense, it looks like. Dispel. So because it's the physical part that uses Dispel, it's not nearly as bad as you might think it is, because if he were to vacuum wave us at the same time as we get hit by an Almagest, we would be dead, straight up. But because it's only the physical part remaining that can possibly Dispel, it's not exactly a threat because of it. $700, $680, $3,800. $640, $640, $3,100. $620, $680, and $3,800. That was $3,800 because the chicken knife actually has 0 variance on how much damage it can deal. $620, $760, $3,800. Alright, so we are within 2000 HP of each other of the two parts. Now I need to figure out how I can bring them closer together without killing them necessarily. So what I will do, I'm actually going to unequip the chicken knife and equip the hardened dagger instead. To deal one more hit here. This is 660 plus 680 plus 1380. Alright, that was actually just a hardened dagger hit too much in order to align their HP anyways. I want to hit this thing. 1420. Alright, so they are 400 HP apart right now. I guess hitching each one of them again with the chicken knife double lance right now would be okay. As long as I didn't miscount. Which is the big problem. I might have miscounted. 720 for the Almagest, plus 740 plus 3800. Okay, we didn't hear that explode, that's good. Image up. 680. 700 and... oh, the chicken I missed. That's not good. I'm gonna just unequip the double lance and try to only hit with the chicken knife to make up for that. 3800. Alright, we are once again within 500 HP of each other. So the hardened dagger was 1300. The double lance, if it hits both times, it's a bit more. Let's see. Can hit each part. 1380. So this part, the physical part has 900 HP left. Going to heal after the Almagest. Just in case a meteor comes, I want to have the best chance to survive it. Because you can survive it. Despite the numbers earlier, he doesn't always have to roll that high. Alright. 1400, so... there's a 300 HP remaining. Okay, so we're gonna do a weird thing here. We're going to do a really weird thing here. And that weird thing is, I'm going to high potion the Almagest part. So that way they are now 14 HP apart. Okay. So, then we just throw... I'm going to equip the chicken knife again, just so I'm a bit faster. And... let's just water this guy. Let's see, that's 672 on... oh wait, 691 on here. 672. Alright. One more scroll will defeat him. Which one should we choose? Thunder, Flame, or Water? Yes, no, maybe. I like water because it turns out to be significantly more useful than usual. Flame. Right. Burn the tree. And with this, we're done. Actually just missed the opportunity for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the timer. But hey, this was by a good margin probably the fastest character. So Grand Cross did not matter in the least, because we just killed it before I could even get one off, which is, I think, pretty unique. I believe even the Dragoon had at least one Grand Cross. Actually, the Bard didn't. Did he? No, we had one with the Bard, I think. Alrighty. And hey, Hatsface, welcome. So, nice. Alrighty, we have managed to completely defeat all bosses that were relevant to the ninja. So it's not actually all bosses, like it's most that were relevant. We had, how many deaths? Total 17. Let's see. 0 to Catastrophe, 0 to Haldikanaza, 0 to Twintanya, 0 to Hulamesh. We didn't fight Shinryu. 0 to Necrophobia, and in this case there was 2 to 3x death and 2 random ones. I'm going to count those as random ones. Oh boy. Casual 8k damage. Yeah. The throw scaling off of agility as well as strength just equally, kind of like the chicken knife. Just made throw that much stronger. Although the elemental scrolls kind of stole the show for the most part, I dare to say. Alrighty, so we have a total of 17 deaths on the ninja. Let's see, what was the next highest slash lowest of any character? Wait a sec. Well, it's not the 0 deaths that I was hoping for, but it is actually the lowest death count of any character, of any solo character that we have, by actually 13. Second is Blue Mage with 30 deaths. Then right after is the Hunter with 32, which is actually pretty impressive. And the most costly stuff, of course, was defeating Atmos the real way, quote-unquote, and kill Gilgamesh before X-Death. That was a weird one. So we had 6 deaths on Atmos, trying to take him out the real solo character challenge way. It was just luck until we got there. And then Gilgamesh was just really mean, so that accounts for 11 deaths total. The rest were just 2 random ones, 1 to a death because I wasn't paying attention against the magic dragons, as well as 1 where I forgot to equip the correct stuff. Then we had 1 against XF1 because Doom is just mean, 1 against Apocalypse because Apocalypse is just mean, and 2 against 3XF because Meteor. And that's actually pretty much all there is for the ninja. In our character overview, I can now select or put the ninja into the completed area over there, which I didn't make this particularly well scalable, did I? Because I'm not entirely sure how to put the ninja in there. Oh well, it'll be fine. Number 15. Ninja. Complete. Number 16 will be the Berserker. As mentioned before, the Solo Berserker is pretty much the most insane class to do a solo character challenge with, and the only thing I guarantee is that we get 2 Neo X deaths. I do not guarantee that we will be able to defeat him. We will certainly give him a few tries, but getting to Neo XDev is going to be a monstrous task in itself overall. Because you have no control over a Berserker character in combat, so that means once you go, you can no longer heal, you can no longer use any strategy, the targets are randomly selected and your weapon, well, choice is questionable. It's a lot less than 1% chance to win from what I gathered for the Solo Berserker. A lot less than 1% chance. We know it can technically work. There have been basically a test of concept via emulator speed up and scripts to just run through the encounter again and again. So it can be possibly done. For reference, I will be doing that on console, which means I will grab my Final Fantasy 5 cartridge, which is going to be in Japanese because that's the original language, and we will, well, play on that once we get past the early part. So here's the catch. I actually bought a game changer over here. It's actually called the Pro Action Replay 2, with the intent of unlocking the Berserker class early. However, I could not get this thing to work. It's probably faulty and I really didn't want to invest any more money into anything like that. So, what I'm gonna do instead is we will be starting this challenge on emulator, and then we will switch over once we hit the Water Shrine. Because I have prepared already a Final Fantasy 5 Water Shrine, where Ferris as a solo character went up to Water Shrine, defeated Galura, and now is a Berserker. Only at level 15, so in case we level up more before that, I will probably want to just equalize the levels a little bit. We'll see how that's going to work out. Would it be possible to solo Berserker if you had other classes' secondary ability, like dual wield or something? Possible? Probably. So the catch about dual wield would be that you can't use a shield, and a shield is rather integral to your victory, being able to resist white hole and block a lot of spells. 0.096%. I wonder how you would come up with that number though. Like, do you literally just test every single scenario with every single RNG pattern? Because I don't think that's a realistic thing to test, to have such an exact number. It is probably in that ballpark, Hut's face, but that seems like a random number to me, personally. I don't know, they might have done that much research. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. The ninja was nice breath of fresh air just before we delve all the way into the madness. For reference, we are going to basically only interrupt the solo Berserker for the Zelda randomizer tournament matches. And aside from that, we're just gonna Berserk for more or less 2 weeks. Not 2 weeks straight, I will probably have a break day here or two. Also, the Yaka monthly is in there, which is just going to be... I will try to do like a longer stream of 12 or 16 hours or so. I'm not sure how long I will be able to go for. If you have suggestions on what we can do while we are grinding as a Berserker, I am welcoming any suggestion. So the first thing I will certainly do as a solo Berserker is figure out whether we can even manipulate RNG to any useful degree. That's gonna be the biggest one. Once we have that research done, one way or another, with a result or not, I kind of planned on like learning a bit of Japanese while grinding. So we'll just have a split screen Berserker on the left and then like dueling on the right. Actually, I'm not entirely sure I'm even allowed to do that. Probably. I don't see why not. And maybe other things. Maybe we could play like some games on the side with people in chat and such. You just remember the guy having calculated the odds to the T based on damage rolls and chance to proc. Alrighty, that's a decent way to go about it. It's not realistic for Final Fantasy V in particular, based on how just RNG is rather rigid. But seems like a good ballpark number. And yeah, I'm not going to grind out the final boss fight for too long. We will give it like a good few attempts, hopefully with a plan on how to manipulate randomness, but that's not going to be a guarantee. Was found his successful run. There's, I believe, 2 successful runs on YouTube. Yeah, that's one of them. Unfortunately, this is with ZSNES, which is notoriously inaccurate for, well, console play, plus it's the fan translation. Samurai Goro actually started a solo Berserker playthrough for BizHawk on the original Japanese version. Like a tool-assisted speedrun or playthrough, and gotten all the way to Antline. I also believe he actually already did do the retest of the original version too, as in with the fan translation. So if I can, I would like to ask him for advice and such. I'm not sure he will have time or even seen around during these New Year's times, but we'll see. Build a robot that tries to beat Ned as solo berserker as an activity while grinding. I don't know how to build robots. You haven't gone back doing Antline, but you did defeat as in you have also an XDev video that defeats him, right? I think it's with Ferris anyways. Also, hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, my initial plan on how to figure out whether it's even reasonable to manipulate any form of randomness is trying to replicate the exact state that I have on console on emulator. And then just like move all the items out of my inventory to the slots that are not going to be initialized from for the RNG. Like just put them all the way down there and hopefully have the money amount synchronized somehow. Yeah, that one was done in SNES and NX. Yeah, SNES and NX is already a lot more reliable for that matter. I would not be surprised if it was basically the exact same randomness required. But I will have to look into that, how that even works, which we will have plenty of time to do while we are grinding the Berserker up before Sandworm and before Soul Cannon. But yeah, I'm really fascinated by the things. Samurai Goro also has sent me the successful solo Berserker, like tool-assisted speedrun videos for all of the bosses up until Antline. And those will be a really nice basis for me to just work with. Is using Thornet with Gaia Hammer the best / only way? To my knowledge, the only way so far. A weird fun fact, by the way, if I were to do this on the PlayStation version instead, I would be able to run away from encounters, but because I'm gonna do this on the SNES version, I will not be able to run away from encounters with just a single Berserker. And yes, music is really nice. I'm gonna shut up for a second. But yeah, I really like the music here. Gonna be interesting. Gonna be a long journey for the Berserker. Once again, the only guarantee I give is getting to the final boss, not beating him. I have no idea how long that's going to take. Probably a while. Alrighty, but let's actually go back to the ninja here, because this is still technically the ninja spotlight that the Berserker just robs him of. Ninja is most certainly one of the most powerful classes in this game. I think if I didn't, well, play around too much or as much with the Blue Mage, we would have probably a similar speed as well as, well, death count. But it's really a testament to a character who doesn't use a shield to just absolutely destroy most bosses in such an ease. Having the ability to just cast image on yourself is such a huge deal to avoid so many, not just strong or painful physical attacks, but also ones that inflict various status effects. You can just circumvent all of them by having image up at all times. It doesn't even cost MP. For me personally, image was definitely the most valuable player in the game. We could have done the entire game without throwing. Would have been a fair bit slower, but not much more difficult, because image was really the thing that made it easy, in my opinion. Throwing helped quite a bit, actually. But let's put it this way: if you just give like a random character image instead of them having to use elixirs every turn, it would be a huge difference. Alrighty. Mode 7! I suppose. When am I starting the Berserker run? Well, let's see. Probably on the 28th or 29th, which is going to be... The 27th is when I will have the CGQ, as in classic games done quick, redone. Schedule. Let me link you to the schedule real quick. Actually, I don't know whether this is official. It's probably official. Hopefully, anyways. So here's the classic games done quick redone. And I'm going to be running Seeker of Mana on the 27th. And this means I will be quite busy until then, because I would like to try and get the record back, but then again, tomorrow I'm mostly not gonna be home. I will be probably preparing some solo Berserker stuff. And 28th is probably going to be maybe a day of rest. Maybe we start the Berserker already. But 29th we are going to be certainly going for it, to say the least. So yeah, going to be a lot of berserking going on. Ferris, the level 54 ninja, has completed the game rather straightforward and easily. Yeah, Feasel is running games, and you have Mike Uyama on the quote-unquote couch with commentary. Actually, that's not even written there. The Mexican runner is in there, and quite a few. Pretty awesome. SBQ92, thank you for the 9 rubs of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Didn't we have that one already earlier? Either way, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. You know what you will never see in this ending cutscene? Galef. Well, at least not as one of these ones. It's always going to be Kara instead. That face. Didn't realize it would show a second time. Twitch is weird like that sometimes. Okay, I forgot to enter the final time for our solo berserker. Solo ninja. The berserker! Ha! That's gonna go through the roof with the time. Alrighty, so that's that. The end for today, and also probably for tomorrow, unless I miraculously come home being still fit and ready to stream, which I honestly kinda doubt, but hey, who knows. But this is it from me for today. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed the run. We have completed the ninja, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and good night.